Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Alex and I will be your naturalist on our waterholes here in Mshatu, Djuma and Okakuyo. And joining us today we also have Lauren and Davi in Medikwe as well as Ralph in Kariga. Please also don't forget this is your live immersive experience and safari and we love to hear from you. So please do send through any questions, comments or chats you'd like to have with us. We love to engage with you guys and we love to give you any knowledge that we can on what we have been seeing. But it's quite a, I suppose, quiet morning here in Mshatu. There was a little black-backed jackal that was around and I've been trying to see if he'll come back or she'll come back. But the ostriches are now back at it, so interesting to see how their behavior changes after a predator has been around, although they aren't necessarily at risk of anything from the jackal, but if they were young, he would definitely be looking at taking a chick out. So we're waiting to just see if this jackal did come through, but for those of you that might not have heard, I am Alex and I will be your naturalist here at all of our waterholes. So this is Mshatu, but I will also be across at Djuma and in Etosha at Okakuyo. But it does look like it's quite windy. I was seeing a few little dust storms come through as well. It'll be interesting to see what the day has, I suppose, planned for us as well, because there should be lots of ellies around at some point as well. And I also haven't been here for a few days too, so it'll be good to see if we can start to hit our mammal lists of last week. We did end off on 13 when I was last here. So we'll wait and see. I'm not too sure yet what will happen, but definitely a nice start. Always cool to see good numbers of ostrich like this. And it is coming into breeding season, so we should start to see them figuring out their hierarchies, in particular with regards to the males. And they have started to dust bath a little bit and chase each other around. We did have that at last week at least, where the males were chasing each other around, and it's quite funny watching them zoom through the bush. But if we are lucky, we might even see some of their breeding displays and dances. It does look like the one there on the right towards the back is more just dust bathing itself at the moment. But we will just hang around and see, as well as listen to anything else, because we had some other interesting things here last week. We had the hyenas also wallowing and everything else. Although it doesn't look to be that hot just yet, I'm sure it is going to be very, very hot. So I do just want to just scan around and see if there is anything else. It's obviously good to see good numbers of ostrich, as well as these guinea fowl right in front of us. And we've got our first warthog for the day. And I do just want to have a look at the other wallowing areas here as well, because it was getting quite big with all the action that we were getting last week. And it's always good just to keep a tab as to how big it might actually get. And it's definitely started to get quite a bit bigger. As I said, I haven't seen it in about 5 days. But just want to also just continue just to pan here to make sure we don't miss anything. But as I was mentioning how hot I think it's going to be here, it's probably a great time for us to have a look at what the weather is across all of the locations today and give everyone a good idea as to what we might be experiencing. So as you can see, it is going to be rather hot across all the locations today, and this I'm sure is going to give us a number of ellie sightings at some point, definitely here, and I'm sure also up at Okakuyo too. And we could also see quite a bit in Djuma as well. So we will wait and see, and obviously these will come through when they want, on their timing. But good just to have a look at this warthog having a wallow now as well, getting in that early morning sunscreen and protection. And as usual, we also have lots of quelea flying through as well. So those little birds that are always coming through the frame, those are generally all the quelea, specifically the bigger little swarms, I suppose, or flocks. Yes, John, indeed. It is a fantastic start. It does look a little bit overcast at the moment, but I'm sure that will burn off. But always a fantastic start, and nice to always see it busy. I'm sure at some point we will have quite a bit more bird sound going off. There's generally a huge number of different birds around here as well. And we also did have new little Egyptian geese goslings running around, although you can see the ostrich there. And I noticed them first last week, so I'm quite keen to see how much bigger they might have got. Who knows, maybe the croc has maybe feasted on one or two of them, but that is yet to be seen. Do just want to make sure that we aren't missing anything though that might decide to come through. You can just follow the warthog as well for a minute too. Hi Kim, that's a great question because you do get quite a number of birds here, and it does change obviously seasonality. So as we decide, or as we start to come towards the rainy season, we will start to get some of the migratory birds here. We did also have an a European bee-eater calling earlier, so that is one of the migratory birds that came through. And all the different little cuckoos and that will also start showing up too now. I know I did get a classes cuckoo in the Sabi Sands this last weekend, so good to know that they are around and everything is coming back. But Mashatu has good bird life, and it does change quite a bit. And it's also a bit of a watering station for those birds that might be coming across from the Kalahari too. There's a little bit more water here, obviously being quite a bit closer to the Limpopo. But it does change, and there will be certain birds that might be more prevalent at different times of the year. But Mashatu has a very healthy bird life and bird numbers. So I'm just going to try and see if we can't see where the croc might be. I did only see it swimming around twice or so last week. So I'm convinced he does hang under there. And we do have our blacksmith lapwing first of the morning, but we will see them across all our different locations as well today. As you can hear, there is quite a bit of wind coming through too, and that's why I was saying we did have a few dust devils earlier. It is quite a common sight to see dust devils here in Mashatu too. But it looks like the croc is still fast asleep. It's probably Sunday for him, although I'm pretty sure he's not on a timeline. But being ectothermic and needing the sun to warm up, he is probably waiting for that opportunity to do just that. And basically, like a solar panel with a heart, he will power up and at some point maybe move around, if we do see him at least. And there are some of the quelea I was mentioning earlier, right there on the top of the tree. But I am just making sure we pan around because I don't want to miss any ellies or hyena that might come through maybe. Or anything else, to be honest. But I think let's go back to where the action is and we can just sit and watch these ostrich for a second. It's good to see them in good numbers. And it might be interesting to see if any of the breeding behavior goes on. So any of the males dancing, dust bathing themselves, and figuring out their hierarchy. Lots and lots of guinea fowl this morning. That's quite a common sound when there's lots of guinea fowl around. You always hear that, and you don't only obviously get them in game reserves, they are quite prevalent throughout South Africa in residential areas. It's always good to hear. I quite enjoy hearing that sound too. Always got something to chat about, it seems. Quite a few males around there with regards to the ostriches, and that's why I said it's quite fascinating watching them running around. And unfortunately you can't see them quite clearly just yet, but obviously breeding plumage, it seems that they all have that and are very healthy, but we also would be seeing like a bright pink red on their shins, and this also happens when they come into breeding, and that is obviously an indication of how healthy or how strong the male is as well. So always a good thing to keep a lookout for if you are watching ostriches, and even if they are competing with one another, you know who is the most colorful, who might be the strongest as well. But these ostriches are quite lucky too. They do have access to this water pretty regularly. They don't really need water all the time, being an arid species. They sometimes only need water, or they can sometimes go for as long as 2 weeks without water. So it's interesting just to note that they are always around, and it's not to say that they won't drink every day now just because the water is here. But if it was very dry, and if they were in a dry area without this access, they wouldn't need to drink for around 2 weeks. And it does look like we have one or two that are quite interested in wetting their tonsils. We'll wait and see, but those males do definitely look like they are kind of competing with each other. And what's fascinating as well is that the males actually do, well, more paternal, and they actually do more of the nest sitting and guarding of those eggs when they are laid. Those are quite big eggs, but actually relatively in size, ostrich eggs are one of the smallest that would be relative in size when they are laid. So compared to other bird species, they actually have a small egg compared to others when you look at relative size. You can see that they are running around, and they definitely are trying to posture around each other. And sadly for ostriches, there's quite a high mortality rate with regards to their chicks, and when their young are born. Lots of things take them as prey, and they aren't obviously that safe when they're born, just because they can't run at the speeds that their adults or that their parents might be able to run at. So there is a very high mortality rate amongst the ostrich chicks. It's also good just to keep an ear out in case something else decides to come through for us. At the moment it seems that it's just these guinea fowl and the ostrich here. Quite funny watching the guinea fowls run around as well. It's almost quite prehistoric. Sometimes quite fast, but other times almost like just bouncing along in one area. Not really going too far. Although I can guarantee they're far faster than human beings, so trying to chase one, you would definitely not know which way you were going. Lots of little seed eaters around too. You can hear from just the background noises. probably a big foraging party coming through. And what's interesting, I haven't yet seen the white-browed sparrow weavers, but they are very prevalent in the area. I mean, it is a bit hard to sometimes make them out just from this kind of camera, but there are definitely large numbers of them around, and I'm sure that they are also congregating too to some degree around here. A very peaceful and tranquil start to Tuesday morning though in Mshatu. Make sure we haven't missed anything else here on the left of us, at the wallow or across, because there are generally good numbers of impala that are through too. Maybe it's a bit strange, we haven't seen anything just yet. It looks like we might have a warthog there. I will have give us a better look now. That looks like a family of warthog, and they definitely have made this wallow bigger. I'm going to try and get in a bit closer. Nice big family, and there is our first impala. Nice big family of warthogs. So we're currently on 2 out of 13, because I always try and match ourselves at least, or at least make sure that we have broken even on our mammal sightings. So we'll have a look. But I'm going to try and zoom in a little closer just to see what's going on and how much bigger that might be over there. Just excuse me with the controls, but it should come through now. Too far. You can see the blue on the helmeted guineas there. It looks like we actually have a resolution at the moment, which is awesome, and those warthogs seem to have left us, but we will try and track them in, even get some of those impala. You can quite see there's been a lot of action here on that side, and that wallow is getting bigger and bigger by the day. So the warthog and the elephant coming through and wallowing, because they would be the major species doing that here. It is growing day by day, and it's quite fascinating just to see just the amount of activity that actually does come through just in that area. So can start to hear those Egyptian geese as well. They do get quite raucous, but it's just great just to watch impala. And I think I'm starting to hear a baboon, but I can't promise just yet. No, it's the Egyptian goose that's right there by the thing. It was making a sound that's a bit similar to baboon. Lots of quelea coming through the frame now. Hi Lulu, sorry, I just need to get my comm again. I think you said fish. So more than likely in these water holes, at least, we will have catfish, so barbel, as well as maybe the odd tilapia. But definitely in the Limpopo and in the Shashi, there will be some tigerfish at some point, as well as others. And I think more of the bream species, so tilapias. And that also obviously will depend on how high the water is then. But we can definitely assume that too, because there are also Pel's fishing owl in the area. And here is our jackal. He's back. Fantastic. This is the first time since I've been on the cameras here, at least, that we've had the jackal. And great to see, because we might actually be hunting and thinking that these guinea fowl are breakfast. Just want to make sure that we are at a nice view out. And there's two of them. And jackal are obviously monogamous, so they will always be in pairs and they mate for life. And what is interesting enough is that if a male does die, a female will look to take another partner, but if the female dies, the male generally doesn't look to take another partner, and they will stay by themselves then. However, it's not uncommon to see them with a few more, because there might be some of last year's pups that might hang around for at least another season, help bring up any pups that might be coming through, so the newborns that might come through as well. But fantastic to see jackal. There are healthy numbers around in Mashatu, but always good to add to our diversity on the dam cabs and get a different predator. Hi Amy, it's not uncommon. Sometimes it might be that a yearling might be dispersing, and we can quite clearly see there's another one there in the background too. So it might be that, after helping mom and dad again to help bring up a new brood of pups, that they then decide that it's time to find a mate and to then, set up shop for themselves in a different area, in a different territory for themselves or home range. So it's not uncommon, but that would generally be when they are looking to find a mate and partner and probably start to breed from there. But as I said, they are monogamous and they are always in pairs and they do mate for life. They've got a very strong bond and they imprint on each other very quickly. And sometimes even in rehab, if they imprint on a human, then that is quite a bad thing, because that would mean that the jackal is then reliant almost on that human for its social needs. But you can see they do have a very strong bond, and this could be a younger pup that is coming through like that. But good to see this interaction. I'm going to try to get a little bit closer, and I hope they do hang with us. They're always quite busy, so let's just see. Maybe this other one will just lie here for a second. I mean, and with those Egyptian geese having goslings around there, these guys could get interested in that. I'm going to try and see if we can't keep on them with the pan, because it's always awesome to see jackal. And obviously up here, it's not every day we see everything at the waterhole, so it's always cool when we do get the opportunity to see something different. I think we might be unlucky. I think they might have run off. Don't think we can scan that quickly across. But a quick little drink for them, and then here we go. Got one again. So I'm going to try and my best as possible just to make sure we do keep them. It might be interesting because this jackal might actually roll in that early dung there. Make sure that I can track them as fast as possible, but bear with me, sometimes it doesn't happen like that. But you can quite clearly see the quelea in the tree there. Hi Ben, who's 10. Great to hear from you, Ben. And yes, jackals are good hunters. I've seen them hunting impala lambs, although they do obviously scavenge as well, and they are very good hunters. So they will go for little chicks, obviously little flame mice as well, any of the little rodents. They do take carrion too, so that would mean that they do scavenge here and there, and obviously quite renowned for that, although they are very good hunters and they actually hunt far more than what people think. But great to see these numbers of the quelea here. We haven't been able to actually get this close yet, so it's actually quite awesome just to see this, because it's quite an anomaly at times. But Ben, they will hunt, and as I said, I have seen them hunting baby impala, and they would probably also go for anything else that's of that size, so baby inyala, bushbuck, but it will depend on where they are more prevalent. Here's a bit more open, so it is easier for them to actually stake a living. Sometimes where it's a bit thicker, like in the Sabi Sands, and there is quite a heavy amount of bigger predators around, they aren't as prevalent just because the competition is higher. So in particular where it's thicker in the Sabi Sands, it's very hard to find jackal. Where it does open it up a little bit north, you do see higher numbers of the jackal then. But I hope that answers your question, Ben.
It's time for another Ask Me Anything, and this time it's with British bush lover Kelly. An adoring mom to her dogs, this nature nut is always busy studying something.
I've screeched to a halt to escort these little reptiles across the road.
From her excellent knowledge of animal behavior to her hopes and dreams for the future, this AMA promises to be a good one. Join Kelly on the 12th of October with your questions ready to ask her anything on Wild Earth.
So this is probably the best shot we'll get of these quelea, but it's good for you to kind of make out what is going on and what they actually look like. Of course, as we zoom in, they decide to fly off too, as I was saying. So it is what it is, but it's nice us to get in a bit closer and actually have a better view or sighting of them. Lots of action down here, at least, or up here at least today. Obviously going to have to just pan out and hopefully we will find something else that might have come through. So as I try and pan and scan for something else interesting for us to see, it is time for us to go and say good morning to Lauren, who's in Madikwe with Darby.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to an already piping hot morning in Madikwe. Apparently the temperatures are going to reach 45 degrees Celsius in the next few days. Going through a bit of a heat wave, and many are waiting for the rains to come, and I'm sure the ground and the vegetation and the birds and everything else is also waiting for the rain. But good morning, my name is Lauren and I do have Davy on camera as always, and we are at the spotted hyena den. And I say spotted because there are brown hyena dens too. It's heartbreaking we don't get signal there, but I'm trying not to think about it because it hurts a lot. But we do get signal here, and sadly it's quiet, I'm afraid. We'll wait for a little while, but if there really is no activity, then of course we'll bumble on. For sure they're here. I can smell them. I can smell them so strongly. It's a smell that I tried to describe. I'm not very good at describing smells, but it's an important sense to tap into. And it's very puppy-like in a way. It's a little bit more stinky than a puppy, but for me it's a lovely milky smell. A little bit sweet, a little bit sour. And I think when they move around inside, I can get a whiff. There are 3 cubs here. It was very interesting. I spent last night chatting to a hyena researcher here, and obviously the 2 of us just had the best time. She was saying this clan in particular has recently gone through some turmoil. The matriarch was killed by a lion, and it left the clan in a bit of a state where there was no leader. So naturally there will always be turmoil, even with elephants, even with wild dogs, when they lose that sort of leader or those in the leading role. And apparently there's been a bit of a dispute. A new matriarch hasn't quite risen yet, because I think 2 females are both very dominant and competing for that status. So there are 2 mothers using this den. I have only met one. And not too far away there is another den, and another mother is using that. And all 3 of these mothers are said to be quite dominant in status and competing. So it's fascinating. I really hope we get to know this clan a little bit more, but I have to say, the den is not active like it is in Djuma. It's a little bit of a different scenario, and we have come here a lot and not getting much activity, so it's tricky to know when the best time to come. Maybe it was active earlier because it's already incredibly hot. I don't know how we're going to survive 45 degrees, but that naturally means that animals are going to hide from the sun. Hannah, you're 7 years old, and what a wonderful question, but I'm not entirely sure I can give you the answer. They sleep a lot. Lots of young animals, just like human babies, sleep a lot. They're growing, they don't have as much energy, and they do need to avoid the sun. They need to avoid dehydrating. So I don't know how long they sleep for. I don't really know what's going on inside there. I'm sure sometimes they are sleeping. I'm sure sometimes they are playing and annoying one another. But we don't actually know how long they sleep for. But it definitely will be a lot. Exactly the same as a human baby or a puppy or a kitten. Anything young normally sleeps a lot. Even zebras and impala lambs, you will see them resting a lot more than the adults just because they're small. I would really love to show them to you, but I'm not sure today's going to be the day. But if you have watched the Djuma clan on Safari Live, the Djuma property, it's a very different den site. And what is fascinating here is how different the den site is. Not terribly easy to view from a cameraman perspective, but it's just very different in terms of its structure and what it is. They don't really have those big termite mounds here like they have in the Lowveld. I'm just scanning around to see if I can see any spotted bodies. If you look at the sort of colour palette of this landscape, it's very monotonous. It's very barren, cold colours, empty colours. And hyenas blend in very, very well to this colour scheme. Josh, I wish I knew. If I knew, I would be there. I can't answer that, I'm afraid. This is the den site, so the cubs are inside. We know that much. You can smell them. But as for the adults, I have no idea. They're probably resting. They might be on a kill. They hunt here quite a fair bit. They may be sitting next to lions with a carcass. I really have no idea. It could even just be nearby and we just don't see them because they blend in so well. It's quite thick here, it's quite dense. So great question, but I'm afraid I don't have the answer. I really want to up the hyena sightings here that we're having at Madikwe. I really want to get to know this clan better, but it's tricky. They are nocturnal animals. But I think in a few minutes we will bumble on and try and see if we can relocate that cheetah we had yesterday, female cheetah. She's not too far away, and I believe she was seen this morning, so we'll head up that way and see if we can spend some time with her. I think she was chased off or killed by elephants. I imagine slowly but surely she'll retreat back to it. Amanda, you're asking, do hyenas adapt well to weather changes? Yes, of course. They have to. They have no choice. I think a lot of people forget that a wild animal is not a human perception of weather is very different from an animal, and it's not about adapting. It's more the weather patterns here will sort of happen in a cycle on an annual basis. They will be completely accustomed to rain, those heavy torrential rainfall that just soaks you within a matter of seconds. It's essential for the landscape here. They'll be very accustomed to that, and they'll be very accustomed to thunderstorms. I'm sure the first time cubs hear thunder, they will absolutely get a fright, but after that, they will just understand. It's just part of their world. It's just part of nature. They will be used to extreme heat here. It's a melting pot of environments here, but it's part sort of desert Kalahari, where the temperatures do get very, very hot, very dry. And they will be used to chillier winters. So yes, in answer to your question, they absolutely will adapt. They'll go with the flow, and when it's hot, they will seek shade. When it's cool, and when it's cold, they will obviously try and do their very best to bask in the sun and create some warmth for the day. So yes, as the ebb and flow of the seasons change, they will adapt to that. We are just going to scan around for a moment more before moving, just in case we get lucky with someone coming to the den. But it is getting hot. It really is 9:15 in the morning, and already the temperatures are soaring. So we're just going to sit here for a moment or two and see if anybody comes to the hyena den. No such luck so far. I do think it's time for us to bumble on. Darby, are you ready to bumble?
Yes.
Sadly, we've not had any luck this morning, so I think we shall move on. And see what else we can find around Madikwe. Waterholes, I am sure, will be very busy today. A tricky corner, this one. Okay, we are going to keep moving, hopefully get lucky with that cheetah. Sadly, we didn't get lucky at the hyena den, but for now, over to Alex, who's now in Okakoyo.
Thanks, Lauren, and it does look extremely hot. At least it's starting to look extremely hot there. I do hope it doesn't get too unbearable, but we are here in Okakoyo, and there is lots going on this morning. We have lovely impala, springbok, giraffe, and kudu down with us at the moment. Always a treat. Good just to see. I can also see an oryx, also a gemsbok coming through there too, but a nice little gathering of kudu too, and the giraffe. The giraffe is always fascinating to watch here just because it's so barren and open. You do actually get to see exactly how they drink and go about it. It's always fun to see that, and we don't necessarily get them throughout the day all the time either. So good for us just to get this in. And we are now on I think about 6 mammal species at least for the morning, and that is obviously a great start considering we're about half the way through our list at least, but I do want to try and get in a bit closer here on the kudu and the giraffe. I don't want us to get too close that it might get unstable, just because it's also fun watching the springbok come through as well. Good just to spend time with a giraffe. Morning, Luke, and always interesting to figure out and know how fast antelope run, and kudu are very fast as well. However, sometimes with the longer horns on the bulls, they get caught up in the undergrowth, and some predators actually use that as a hunting technique when they hunt kudu. So it's not to say that the kudu isn't fast, but with those big long horns, getting through very thick vegetation is very hard, and they actually have to run with those horns almost parallel to their back then. Certain predators will use that to their advantage, like wild dog or even lion, and they actually chase the kudu into thicker bush. It slows them down, and sometimes they get caught up or actually even held up, and they actually fall prey quite quickly then. And the male mortality rate amongst the bulls at least is actually far higher, and that's also because of those horns and them being obstructing when they are running through the bush, but also they are quite formidable fighters. It's not unheard of, or even unheard of to even seen kudu bulls being caught up or tangled up together, and one or two of them even dying in the process. But they are very quick runners, and they're also very alert and aware. Those big ears, and obviously being in an association of forms, depending on where we are, different family sizes and groups of that association, but those amount of eyes also help them with regards to knowing what is going on around them and who might be in the area. You'll come across to the kudu and you can get a better sense as to how big those ears are. Because hearing is definitely one of their better sense, being more of a browser, spending more time in the thickets. I do get that too. Cool just to see the amount of different wildlife that is here at the moment with us this morning. Hi Amy. I mean, it's quite tough to tell just from here because obviously we're not on the ground, and I don't have obviously the correct figures of that, but we can assume just by looking at the different antelope that are here and when they do wade in, how deep the waterhole might be, and I think it's around 1.5 meters deep. And we will notice that just now when the gemsbok do get in, but I would think at the center point, because that is where it will be the deepest. We have obviously seen the ellies and that in there as well, and ellies like to submerge themselves. So I would think around 1.5 meters deep. And the center point will be where it is deepest. But here's an example of what I'm talking about with regards to animals wading in. And we do see them get quite a bit further in and towards the middle as well. So over here, like this gemsbok here on the right, this one is already in the water as well as the springbuck. We do see the gemsbok get very deep into here. And the water goes up to about their shoulder height. So I would say around 1.5 meters deep. But always cool just to sit and just watch. I will go into the zebra a little just now as well, because I find it quite fascinating when they are here in numbers like this, because you can actually get a sense of how confusing their stripe patterns and that are when they are milling around. They seem to be quite a bit relaxed this morning. We will try and get a better view. And I was actually having an interesting conversation with a friend of mine over the weekend, and she was telling me, obviously, we know and we've spoken about how the zebra stripe patterns being black and white are used to deter or attract, or I suppose detract flies and that from coming in and landing, but actually it is thought that they actually try normal flies, and their stripe pattern actually is what deters biting flies. So in certain areas where there are tsetse fly and those that would bite them more, it's actually thought that their coloration and stripe patterning actually deters those biting flies more so than just normal flies that are around. But that's also why you do always see them swishing their tails, as well as also shaking their skin. And that is also a deterrent. So anything that does land on them, you always see them kind of moving. It's almost like they've got loose skin on them. So you'll even notice when a zebra turns its head towards you, there's a crease. And that is also because that skin is loose, and they twitch that as well when insects are bothering them or landing on them. But very much the research that is lately being conducted is that the stripes and the black and white actually deter the biting flies more so than other flies and other insects that might be landing on them. Sorry, Fred, I do just need to get the comms there again, and I will answer you. Hi Fred, very much so. You wouldn't like to be kicked by a zebra, and they do kick each other quite a bit as well. But definitely they have been known to break predators' jaws, so lions' jaws or anything else that might be coming towards them. So a very formidable kick indeed. And with that power and also their pace, I suppose that is also why they are very strong animals. Yeah, they don't only just kick, they do bite as well. And the zebra bite is also very sore. I can't imagine it being very pleasant either. I'm going to come out a little bit though, because I do want to see what else might have joined us. There's always lots of animals that do come through, and there's a springbok pretty deep in the water there. 2 of them at least. And I did see that apparently there were black rhino around during the day the other day, which is fantastic. We haven't yet seen it while I've been around. I have seen it in the afternoons though. This waterhole is very famous for the black rhino of Etosha. They do often occur here in great numbers, and they are actually quite social, which is not normally what the chain of thought is. People think that they disassociate from each other. However, here at least they are very social, and that is probably also to do because this is one of the only bits of water for a very far area, or in the area as well. So for quite a while this will be their only access, but they will obviously use that to communicate and to be social with each other as well. And obviously there will be a certain hierarchy that does go on, but there are, and it is recorded to have huge numbers or large numbers of Macrana here at this very waterhole. Hi Zoe, that's a very cool and interesting question. And not all of them are social. There are some that are quite, well, very much by themselves, and they don't necessarily socialize too much. And that's probably like your smaller ones, the Steenbok and that, being one of the smaller antelopes, even Oribi as well. It's not to say that they won't congregate or be around each other. They generally are just by themselves though too. But unlike anyone here, these guys are generally quite social. So even the kudu, the impala, springbok, gemsbok, they are pretty social antelope, but they definitely are antelope that aren't as social. And again, that'll just be on the areas that they come from, possibly the vegetation and access to food that might be around too. So a lot of the smaller antelope as well are generally found by themselves. So the little grijsboks, deke even, sometimes even bushbuck depending on the area. And then obviously the steenbok, as I mentioned too. Even the little red dakers and that you'd find more in more foresty areas, and the little riverine and riparian areas and habitat, they'll also be by themselves. Generally, that's also without calf. So the males might be more by themselves and the females might actually have a calf with them. But here we go, we do have this gemsbok at least quite deep in the water already, and it'll be interesting just to see if it does push on a little bit further. And as Lauren said, it is going to be about 45 degrees in Madikwe, and I would assume that here is going to get up to just around that hot as well. It does get very hot up here and also in Mshatu. So we can expect it to be quite a hot and busy day here at the waterholes. We do also have a lovely herd of gemsbok coming through as well in the background.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
So we have the first of our wildebeest through this morning, or at least here. I'm assuming in Mashata we might also get, and we could quite possibly get in Djuma, but that is all dependent on their movement. There's a very big herd coming down here on the right hand side at least. So we're just going to wait and see, because we haven't seen too many wildebeest as well, and it's always cool watching herbivores or anything really just approaching the water and how they go about that approach. As we wait for these wildebeest to come through and approach us, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience. We do love to hear from you and answer your questions, as well as have any conversations or chats that you guys might be wanting to have with us. So please do send through anything you would like to chat about. This is your safari and your experience. We currently have 5 different species at the waterhole, which is awesome, because it's not I suppose every sighting that you get to have 5 different species all in one area or at one go. It's always cool to be able to gauge the different sizes of everyone, and also the other features that might be common on them. I'm just waiting for these wildebeest to get in closer, and then I will zoom in to have a better look at them. I actually think this is a type of hornbill that's up in the area. I will check for everyone. Fascinating to just see how much deeper the gemsbok get into the water as opposed to the other antelope. They seem to be the most confident around it. Looks like we can get a bit closer onto these wildebeest that are coming through. But as we do that, I'm just going to try and figure out if it is the hornbill that I'm thinking of. And you can just watch this here, and you can quite clearly see how much more, or how, yeah, I suppose exactly that. Confidence levels of the gemsbok as opposed to those wildebeest there as well, and how much deeper the gemsbok are prepared to go into the water. Yep. It is the hornbill I was thinking of that was calling there, Bradfield's hornbill. Unfortunately, I haven't seen one in real life just yet. It definitely will be a lifer when I do get up to Etosha and Twitch. However, that is definitely one of those. It's always cool to be able to notice the different species of birds that we'll get across the different locations, because there are differences in a lot of the birds, also because the vegetation also changes so much. So from being quite dry here to the Lowveld, there's quite a difference of species sometimes as well. Obviously there are lots that are found in the same areas. There are obviously birds that are more prevalent due to the different climatic and vegetation requirements that they might have. It looks like these wildebeest are pushing off, but for anyone that wanted to know how deep this waterhole is, we do have quite a good marker right now with these gemsbok being so deep in the water. That is why I think it is around 1.5 odd meters deep in the center. We do have the opportunity to have a look at the kudu. We don't get that all the time. So I'm going to try and have a better look over here. Nice little young bull. He's probably around, I'll say 2 to 3 years of age, just from the size of those horns. It'll take them up to about 7 years to reach maturity. But what is interesting is that they don't hang around for too long. They kind of get a quick sip and then the kudu are gone. So the other antelope seem to actually spend far more time. This one looks like it might even have some mange on it, just from that look there on its coat. Not in the very best of condition right there, but that is a bit of speculation. Quite skittish today, this one. So as I have a look and see what else might decide to join us over here and in Mshatu, it's time for us to go and see Lauren's beautiful giraffe in Madikwe.
Oh no, don't go away. Oh dear. I was eating so perfectly there. We are on our way to find the cheetah, hopefully, but we just thought we would stop. Say hello to Mr. Giraffe. It doesn't look like he is going to hang around too. Oh! What gave you a fright? Huh? It can't be us. We're very far away. You also know we're here. Do you know one thing I haven't seen at Madikwe? A cloud. I have not seen a cloud. I can't actually remember what it's like to look up and see clouds. Look at that. It's just blue after blue, endless blue sky. I will try and reposition a little bit, but I have a funny feeling that moment could be over. You wouldn't think it's that easy to lose a giraffe, but it actually is. Giraffe is gone, I'm afraid. But we can just give you a view. Oh, you've got another one way in the distance. Well spotted, Darby. Giraffe Central here. They like hanging out together. A very loose social structure. Don't really want to be part of a tight-knit herd, but like to be around one another. Linda, the same as any animal, really. I mean, they will use their very keen sense of smell, and not entirely unlike elephants. From a young age, your mother will teach you these things. Animals will have a sort of ingrained understanding of their environment. And for elephants, they say that they produce a map. Not a map like you were thinking, like with lines and dots and blue circles for water, and like a map that we think, because we're very visual. That's what we envision a map to look like. But I'm talking about a chemical map that'll map this entire environment through chemicals, and their brain will just perceive that in such a different way. If you look at the environment here, you'll see that to us is very monotonous. It's really tricky to pull out a landmark. But for animals, it won't be like that. They'll have it all mapped in their brain through scent, through chemicals. They understand where they're going. And I believe giraffes will be similar. They will know exactly how to get to water. They'll be able to smell it. They'll be able to understand their landscape. And if you are a calf brought up in Madikwe, and you're never going to leave Madikwe, you will know from a very young age from your mother where the nearest water points are. And just like earlier, we got sort of asked about the weather, which is not quite the seasonal changes, but it's related. They will also understand where to go when it's dry, possibly even during times of drought or extreme heat waves, which I believe we're about to suffer from. Or they'll understand where to go when it's rainy and water is everywhere. Water is life, so it's fundamental that it's ingrained to each and every single organism out here. We are just going to sit here for a moment or two before we do turn the engine on and start driving, and just enjoy the landscape around us. See if we can hear any signs of spring. Cicadas, birds. See the butterflies dancing, the bees buzzing under my microphone. The insect life is definitely picking up here. Seasons are changing. I can't wait to see how this landscape transforms. Okay, let's fumble. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer to cheetah area. Hopefully she's still there. From the reports this morning, she's in the area, and the kill is still there. Ooh, okay, we are hopefully going to get some spots for you, and you guys are now going to head over to Mashatu.
So yes, we are back in Mashatu. Just good to have a look and see what's happening across all the different waterholes. I am hoping that something interesting will show up for us here, because it is getting to that time of the day that the elephant love to come through. But again, they're on their time and not on ours, so we will just have to be patient. But like always, doesn't matter if you're sitting on a dam or by the river, you just wait and are patient. You inevitably will see something interesting. And we still have lots of these quelea, so I'm going to actually just pan into that, because it is quite fascinating to see the numbers in which they actually congregate. And we might actually be able to get quite close to them and actually get an idea as to what they actually look like, instead of just the swarms we notice. So I will just pan in. Unfortunately, the little waterhole or wallowing area as well is right here, so it's quite often that the ellies and even sometimes the warthog come through right to here. But I do just want to show us the quelea. If the camera wants to be our friend, it will show us them nicely. Can get quite a good picture as to how many there are and the numbers that they can occur in. Actually rather fascinating to think that this tree is inundated. I'm going to try get a bit closer. I don't know if we will get good visual, but we'll try. Otherwise, I'll just pan out again. And we can try for something else as well. But we haven't been able to actually show everyone the quelea like this. They are quite close to the camera, so let's see what we can do. Oop. Hoping this feed stays stable, because it can make out the little red bills on them as well. And obviously when you are in this number of the same species as yourself, it's obviously far safer for you. It's far harder for any predator or anything that might be wanting to eat you to then actually pick you out, or decide that it was actually going to single out an individual. So when you are in numbers like this, it's obviously a safety mechanism for the birds. It's very confusing when you're in this amount and this number for anything to actually think, oh wow, let me take that one over there with the funny leg or wing. It's very confusing as well, and they definitely do use this in a coordinated flight pattern as well to help them with that. And I'm trying to zoom out, which is taking forever. Great to see them, and they're obviously quite thirsty today, because normally you just get them quite early in the morning and then they're out feeding, and they're predominantly seed eaters. It's not every day you get to see this. Let us sit here and get dazzled with the Quelea. It's time for us to go and see what Ralph has in Kariega.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. I'm coming to you live from the Scotia Dam, where I have just been sitting with the little grebe on its nest. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and I'm happy to announce that if you look very closely there is little chicks. Now, I know that there is at least one, and I'm pretty sure that there's more. But if we sit and watch, we may see those little ones come out. And sometimes they do climb on top of, I think that's the male's back. And there's one poking its little head out. And it is absolutely delightful that I've been watching these little guys for quite some time. And I've seen their eggs, and now seeing their chicks. But they've continued on being excellent parents, always foraging for more nesting material. And as you can see there, I think that's the female now arriving, just helping to assist with the nest. And if anybody comes nearby, very good at chasing them away. There's one little chick poking its head out, and I've never been able to see these when they are chicks. So this is a new sighting and a first for me. Absolutely fabulous. And it's that time of the year where we will be seeing lots of little new additions to the reserve, especially when it comes to the birds. That is too precious. I am as close as I can get, and I'm also on a full zoom. If I get any closer, I do disturb them, so obviously I don't want to do that. So there's one on the left, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, is that another one on the right? I think there's some under the wings. You can see there how the wings are sitting. I'm sure there's chicks under there, and I know that there were at least 4 eggs. There could have been more. I counted 4, but there could have been more underneath, or I might have missed some. It's very fleeting when they do go off the eggs. You get a very quick chance just to try and count. You need to do it with your binoculars or on a full zoom like this, because the eggs are so small that you can hardly see them. But look at that, fantastic. Lots of insects around now as well. All the dragonflies, you can see them buzzing around. I've also seen the little blacksmith lapwings have got 1 chick, and I've been trying to put that one on screen as well, but they haven't allowed me to. Okay, so after that wonderful announcement and showing that the little grebes have been successful, let's hope that they continue on doing so. And speaking of success, sounds like Lauren has some of her own.
Epic indeed. I cannot believe what I am seeing with my own eyes, everyone. Cheetah is not coming back, I don't think. Look what we have. I haven't had a scene like this in years. Jackals everywhere, whitebacks on the carcass, and if Darby can just slightly move to the left, you'll see the king of the vultures. A vulture I've not seen in a while. A lappet face. The king of them all. Listen. Jackal incoming. 2 jackals incoming. I knew the cheetah would lose her kill somehow. Hey, they're feeding on the carcass of the cheetah. She had a carcass. It's a springbok. Sorry, it was a springbok. We were here yesterday, so we intentionally came here to find her, but I believe she got chased off by elephants and she ran, and the minute you leave that carcass unattended. So it's her kill from yesterday, and it was a springbok. I don't think I've seen a lappet face since a Masai Mara. This is incredible. You hear that noise of a vulture? I quite like it, but I'm sure many don't. Tell me what you're feeling about this sighting. It's so epic to see vultures in Madikwe. Send them in to us, your feelings, your thoughts. Do you like vultures? And of course, all your questions and comments. It's important that we hear from you. Oh, there's a wee pied crow there as well, but I don't think Davy will see him right now. So we got jackals, 2 species of vulture, and a pied crow. Come on, hyenas. Ah, there's a pied crow. Well done, Dove. Bit small there, crow. Clearly not worried about the vultures, though. I know it sounds crazy, but it's actually nice to see healthy populations of vultures, really. They are important as much as you may dislike them. They're crucial to the environment, especially in a landscape like this. the jackals are not coming close. They're scared. Vultures are aggressive, and there are a lot of them. Ruby, you're 10 years old. And Ruby, yes, they are fighting right now. You hear that hissing sound? I can't actually do it. But that awful sound, they're fighting. Very much fighting over this kill. And once it's finished, and there's nothing left, Ruby, they'll all just fly away. And you'll be surprised. It'll just be empty again. But right now they're squabbling, they're bickering, they're competing, they're fighting. That's what that noise is. And it may look horrible, but Ruby, these vultures actually are cleaning up. So imagine if nothing ate the remains of the kills from lions or leopards or, well, hyenas eat everything, but cheetah, and the carcasses were just left. That's not very nice, Ruby, and a lot of disease and bacteria will spread, which means it's really not good for the environment. Whereas hyenas and vultures, they come in and they clean everything up. Carcass gone. Nature has its own way of figuring everything out. There are predators, there are prey. There are those that photosynthesize, there are those that kill. There are those that clean up. Just like we need to clean up after ourselves, Ruby. It's important to be clean. These guys are doing the cleaning. They're just very noisy about it. Picasso, I know. Cheetah yesterday, Cheetah killed it, and now look. I knew she wouldn't hold on to that just because it was on the ground. And, sorry, I just see a vulture coming in. I think we've maybe got a third species here. But yes, it would just attract too much attention. And in vulture meal today. Someone said the other day you don't get vultures in Madik, but you really do. You really, really do. Obviously. I really haven't had a sighting like this in a very long time. Just to give you some context, it's not going to be the best view, but maybe about 100 meters away are the elephants. And I'm going to guess it's the same elephants that chased the cheetah off. I don't know, but I'm going to guess that's them. They might come closer. See the big orange bodies? They won't be impressed to see vultures or smell a carcass. I love the bite crow that's just so casually just walking in between the vultures without a care in the world. I thought I potentially saw a hooded vulture. I think my Nara might be wrong. Jim, not necessarily. I mean, they're maybe even 150 meters away, actually. They'll be able to hear them. Without a doubt, they will know that they are there. And they're just not reacting. It's probably not bothering them. They chased a cheetah off earlier, so they know that there is a carcass in the area. They'll be able to smell that smell of decaying flesh, which I know is not very pleasant, but they will without a doubt smell that. So they will know this is happening. The vultures are loud. Even if they don't see them, they'll hear them. So I don't think they're going to chase them away. Last sighting I had like this was on Juma on quarantine with Swazi the hyena and an impala kill. This is special. And although it's terribly sad for the springbok, it really is. One carcass actually does feed many out here. The scavengers get their piece, the predator gets their piece. Normally there's a lot of kleptoparasitism where everybody steals. And although it is sad that an animal died, it goes far. Then the remains that are left will eventually decay and go into the soil and actually provide a lot of nutrients for the soil. Nothing really goes to waste. I want the lappet face to come back. The king of all vultures. Dav, I think it's coming. I think the lappet face is running in. I think you'll just see it coming in at this side. Here we go. Wendy, the vultures will feed on this carcass until it's gone. And... sorry, I love lappet face. Once it's finished, they'll just fly off. They may rest in a tree, but you can see the tree choices here are very limited. But they'll feed until it's gone. And you'll see the lappet face trumps here. The biggest vulture is called the king of all vultures because it's huge in comparison to the whitebacks. And normally the whitebacks will back off for the lappet face. There's a bit of a hierarchy in vulture species. Whitebacks have got the numbers. Lappet face has got the size and the reputation. But once there's really nothing left to feed on, they'll fly off. The jackals may run in to see if there's anything left, which is highly unlikely. And then hopefully we get a hyena or two. Or 3 or 4. Vultures actually can't take off from staying still. They actually have to run a little bit in order to create momentum to lift that really heavy body into the air. So as amazing as they are, it's just very comical when you see them running. You will see it. They've got to run in order to create lift, but it's just very entertaining. Oh my goodness, the lappet face is on it. I think the lappet face has taken the whole carcass.
time has finally arrived. Trusty Rusty and good old Wendy are going into retirement.
A flat tire right in the middle of a herd of 400 buffalo.
Pulling the mud off the side of the car, Seb.
It has been an amazing journey, but it is time for Wild Earth to bring in some brand new babies, and we need your help naming them. Register on our website and cast your vote for your favorite names and help us welcome these two new landies into our family.
I think this drama will be unfolding for quite some time. Don't you think that it's amazing? A bird, an aerial being, is able to utilize its vision and its keen sense of smell, by the way, to follow predators that they know kill and wait for that moment to swoop in and take over the carcass. I think it's quite remarkable, actually. Highly opportunistic. There's actually a high chance that Cheetah could be not too far away watching all of this. I am just going to get my binos out and scan around. She's probably just in the shade. They don't want to harm her, they just want to eat her carcass. Really, it doesn't work like that, sorry. When I said hierarchy, I meant between the species. not between the individuals. So all of these vultures that you're looking at are white-backed vultures. There is only one lappet face, and I thought I saw a hooded, but I think I was wrong. It's difficult to see through the trees. But there isn't really a hierarchy within the vultures. I mean, I'm sure the bigger ones and the stronger ones will be able to push the smaller ones out the way. So there maybe is a bit of internal power struggle. But really, I meant between the species, sorry. They all... And again, maybe I shouldn't use the word hierarchy. I refrain from using it when talking about the mammalian predators. So I should probably... The lappet face is actually standing on it. I should probably refrain from using it with the aerial scavengers. They just all have different superpowers within the vulture group that allows them to all survive, all thrive, and healthily compete with one another. If all the vulture species were the same, if all the raptors were the same, if all the cats were the same, they wouldn't be able to all find their little niche and survive out here. The better ones would always win, and that would mean that you would start to lose species in an ecosystem. So just like leopards hoist, lions have prides, cheetahs have speed, they all have their unique superpower. It's the same with the vultures. The lappet face is the biggest, and in my opinion the most beautiful, with all that coloration on the face. And the white-backed are known for their numbers. You rarely see a white-backed vulture on its own. Sometimes you can, but really they are known for being the most numerous and the most frantic. Their behaviour is very frantic, very loud, quite aggressive, and they are normally the first on a kill. Then you get the white-headed vultures that are similar size, if not a little bit bigger to the whiteback, and they're normally more solitary. They sort of remain on one side of the feeding activity, so we don't have a white-headed here, but if we did, it would just be off to the side on its own, and it will just sneak in to get bits of meat when no one else is paying attention. And then you get the hooded vulture. I love the hooded. They're like jackals in that they don't really show any fear of lions or other bigger raptors or vultures. They just also use their small size and extremely sharp beak to specialize on the softer organs. So they will go for the eyes, the intestines, and all the sort of softer part of the carcass. And each species of vulture, if you look really closely, has a different shaped beak. And that means that they all feed a little bit differently. And the lappet face actually has such a sharp beak that they are known to be the ones that if you find a dead animal that has not been... the word opened is not very nice. No predator has touched it and sort of opened the carcass. The lappet face is really the only vulture that can come in and sort of slice open the carcass to begin feeding on the inside. So they really all do have different shaped beaks, and it's fascinating. So that means they can all compete with one another, and they all have a niche. If they were all the same size, all the same strength, all the same shaped beak, then there wouldn't be room for all of them. So that's why I do see that every organism has its own sort of superpower in order to survive and thrive here. It's the same across the board. So sorry, I didn't mean a hierarchy within them. I just meant a hierarchy between the species. Sorry about that. They're actually all taking off, Sam. They're all running and taking off. This is incredible. Carcass must be finished. I'm going to come back to your question in just a moment. Wow. We do have a roof, so that limits Davi's ability to shoot to the sky, which is a little bit unfortunate, but you can see them. That is so cool. Sam, sorry, I got very distracted. Oh, there they are. Nice one, Davi. Now, vultures are very heavy birds, and it takes a lot of energy to fly because they are so heavy. And therefore, they utilize the thermals. They wait until it gets warm enough, warm air rises, in order to start. Oh, this is so amazing. Couldn't have asked for a better sighting. In order to start riding the thermals. And this means that they don't actually have to flap their wings so much. So it's less flappage, if you like. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm going to go with it. And then it's basically low energy flight for a really heavy bird. And that's why they fly in circles. So they're riding the thermals, but sometimes if they are looking for food, they'll also fly in circles because they're scanning the ground with their really keen eyesight. Some sources, although I'm not entirely sure this is 100%, but it does give you an indication, some sources actually say that a vulture can see a 6-centimeter object from 1 kilometer up in the sky. Their eyes are really specialized. They actually have 2 lenses. The first lens is to see the broader landscape, the wider landscape, like a fisheye lens if you're underwater. The second lens is to magnify. So they can see the broad landscape, but they can also magnify to see closer to objects. So that's why they fly in circles, because sometimes they are looking for food. But like now, what Davi was just showing you, they are just riding the thermals. They're just flying and making the most of those warm air pockets. It saves them about 3 times the amount of energy if they were using flapping flight. So they're saving energy and they're just soaring the sky. This has been an incredible sighting, everyone, really. We are not going to go anywhere. We're going to sit with these vultures, but you guys are going to go over to Alex and Okakuyo.
Thanks, Lauren, and truly amazing scenes there. Always great to sit on a carcass and even with the different vultures. So fantastic to see it. But we do have a cousin of that carcass over here. Some of the springbok, they are here and they have joined us back again, as well as there have been lots of kudu. So it's been great just seeing how many kudu have filtered through this morning. And from what I can see, I think a kori bustard over there as well. Yep, indeed, it does look like a kori bustard, so I will get us a better view of them. And some of the kudu as well. But really awesome to see some vulture and a kill this morning. But let us have a pan in and we can play with our kori bustard. But lots of interesting things on this morning. Always fantastic to see them actually drink. So you can actually see that one there having a sip of water. Quite prehistoric. Someone was saying the other day that they look quite similar to ostriches, although a lot more formidable and dangerous than ostriches to the things that they do eat. They are omnivorous, but they do take quite a wide variety of different prey. So that can be anything from little mice or rodents, lizards, some snakes. So they do have a varied diet, and they are very, very cool indeed. Kori bustards. It's interesting to note how much darker the kudu seem to look here as well, and that's obviously got to do with the substrate behind them, but it's just fascinating to see them look so dark as well. It's not every day that you get to see them like that, and they do look quite more of a lighter grey in other areas, but nonetheless very cool to see them as well. Obviously, like everyone's fingerprints, their stripes are also unique to themselves. So each different kudu has its own unique stripe pattern. That obviously is a key towards identification if you were to be doing that. But they are all unique. So it's interesting to note how long these guys might hang around for. You can actually hear some sandgrass as well coming through. That little bubbly sound, that's the sandgrass. But at least from what I've noticed, the kudu over the last few times that I've been on the dam cams, they are quite quick when they're at the water and they go quite fast, so they don't hang around for long. It's always good to note the different habits of each different animal that does come through. Some do hang around for longer and some are far more skittish. And they don't hang around for as long. But I suppose kudu also being mixed browsers and also not needing as much water as some of the others might, just because they might get quite a bit of that moisture content from their diet as well. But they are predominantly browsers. And they will enjoy and often are found quite close to water sources as well. Cory bustard still here. But interesting to note how deep that those springbok are in the water here, and it's only them in the Gemsbok really that do get in. The kudu are more just on the peripheries and they just take it easy. But great to have the Cory bustard here too. While we have the Cory bustard there, I think it's a good idea just to get a bit closer in. We do see them quite a bit in Mshatu as well. It's always fun just to... Oop, there we go. You can actually see it taking on the water there. So it's quite fascinating watching Cory bustards drink. They are one of my more favorite birds. Well, at least I'm in this area as well to see. But also just great to see how it drinks and how it goes about that. And you can actually see it swallowing right there. Sometimes not the most stable, but it's just fascinating watching them actually drink and just getting time with Cory bustards. Very cool, and not something you see every day either. Atina, it's a fascinating question to ask because you actually get two separate subspecies of Cory bustard. There's one that's found here in southern Africa, which is the one that we're looking at right now, and another Cory bustard in Africa, and the subspecies is found up in East Africa into Somalia. And supposedly that Cory bustard is a little bit bigger than these ones, but they are the heaviest flying bird in the world. But there is some debate as to whether it is them, the Cory bustards found in Africa, or Asiatic or Arabic bustard, as to whether that is the heaviest. So there's some debate amongst ornithologists and others around the world as to which is actually the heaviest flying bird, but definitely in Africa, the Cory bustard is the heaviest flying bird in the world. fascinating to watch how it moves around. It's quite slow, almost choreographed as well, how it moves its legs forward and comes down to drink. And someone is irritating the blacksmith lapwings because they are always chirping. They do make quite a racket most of the time. But just for everyone that might have joined us, as you're aware, this is a live and immersive experience, and it's also your immersive experience and safari. So please do send through any of your conversations, chats, questions. We'd love to answer, and we'd love to chat with you about everything that we might be seeing. Obviously, we come from different locations, and there's always something different and interesting going on. So please do send through anything that you'd like to know about or chat with us about. And I'm going to come out now. We have watched him for quite some time, and there's always something new coming through onto this waterhole as well. Maybe we might see the culprit as to who has irritated those lapwings. More kudu and springbok, so it must be one of them that have irritated our lapwings. While these kudu are around, I do just want to take the opportunity just to have a look at them. We'll try and keep the koribasset in frame as well, but it's not all the time we get the kudu here. Hi Lulu. And no, not all kudus have horns. It's generally just the bulls, the males, they have horns, and it takes around 7 years for them to reach max capacity on that horn length. That is when they will start to become dominant as well. So it takes quite some time for their horns to grow out and for them to start to compete for mating rights. So that young bull over there is probably around 2.5, 3 years of age. It's got quite a telltale sign to tell the difference between the sexes. Obviously the males with their horns and the females, cows, without. That's fantastic that we get to show you that difference. It's amazing how much more skittish these guys are compared to everything else that comes down. Everything else is more nonchalant. And the kudu seem quite skittish when they do come through. Springbok almost just wade right in. And it's fascinating, them being the smallest species that we see here. They kind of have the least cares or worries. And we can see the little dab chick in front of there. As Ralph also had his chicks, I'm sure there might be some chicks here as well in the next few weeks or months, because it is coming to that time of the year. I'm going to keep scrolling out though. Just keep a tab on who else is coming through. I would love to show you those sandgrass if we do get the opportunity, but I did hear them. But it would be far easier to see them in the evening. Sandgrass are quite fascinating because they fill their breast feathers and that they make them damp. They actually walk into the water and they actually take in the extra water to give to their chicks too. So a fascinating bird, and they do occur here in good numbers. There will be two different types here, but if we do here, I will definitely make an effort to try and find and show you them. Halula, and why they move in a herd is, or they actually form a loose association, so the numbers do fluctuate. The bulls do come in and join them at times. Otherwise, they also are out on themselves. Sometimes they form bachelor herds too. And a lot of that is to do with safety. Many eyes means that many things can get accomplished. So if there are more eyes around, it means that you are far more able to keep an eye out for any predators. I suppose also with their ears, because they do feed in denser areas, and their hearing is very well adapted to that as well. So it is for safety that they will be in those loose associations or herds. Looks like the kudu have got over us. The springbok is still around, but I just want to come out again because there's quite a lot that can still come through, and it is slowly getting to that time of the day where the elephant start to come through as well. Lots of zebra and gemsbok at the moment. I did just hear that little sandgrass, so I'm going to keep my eye out just from here. If I can't see one fly in, and then pan us in and we can talk a bit more about them. Cool just to watch the animals milling around here in these numbers, vast numbers obviously. And again noting the difference as to how deep each species is willing to go, willing or more prepared even I suppose to get into the water. These gemsbok love it in there, almost like wallow. Fascinating watching the little parties move out and then other family groups coming in. So those other gemsbok that look like they're coming in, as well as these zebra. And just having them mill around and walk right in. It's always awesome just to see this. And such a natural viewing of their habitat, or of their habits and how they go about their interactions with themselves. Huge herd of zebra that's right here. What's interesting enough is that we've seen them occurring in vast numbers here as well. They really do congregate in big herds here in Etosha.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch-ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
does seem like they are all starting to move on, and they are quite satisfied. We will just make sure that I think Ulcer's decided to join us in the interim. A really massive herd of zebra that has just joined us though at the water. So I think as this huge herd of zebra decides to move off, and while we wait for something else to come through, it's time for us to go back to Lauren and see what she's up to in Madikwe.
Our sighting has calmed down a little bit, but still activity. And there are actually 2 lapid-faced vultures, which is fascinating. I didn't realize that. We've repositioned a little bit just because we were our visual was blocked. A lot of the white-backed have taken to the skies, but this is a perfect angle. Can you see the size difference between the lapid face right at the back, that pink head, with the white back? Can you see that? And then you got the pied crow for fun. That's substantial. It is not a small size difference. The whitebacks can't compete with the lapid face. If the lapid face wants the carcass, it gets the carcass. I think it's beautiful. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I did not expect this sighting today. I was a little bit sad that the hyena den wasn't active. I get sad. But I didn't expect this. There's something also entertaining about them, the whitebacks. The way they fight, it's just... The jackals are not coming closer. It's not worth it. They will when the vultures leave, but there won't be much to eat, that's for sure. Kim, quite simply to get into a carcass. Really, they are renowned for putting their heads into carcasses, and obviously it's delicious for them, but carcasses can contain a lot of bacteria and pathogens, things that you don't really want covering your body. And that is why they do have long necks. So you don't have to put their body inside the carcass, they can just stretch out that neck and eat what they like, basically. Much easier to keep clean if it's just your face. That's also why they're said to be quite bald-headed, if you look at them. It is to do with thermoregulation, absolutely. That's the primary reason, but secondary is also for cleanliness. I mean, soiled feathers that are stuck with flesh and all sorts of nasty things could really be a health hazard, and it could actually cause illness and infection for the birds over time. Preening your own head is kind of difficult. I've never tried. But for these guys, it's going to be hard. So that's why they're actually really bald in their head. They do have some feathers, but not a lot. And they also have that long neck. So well spotted, Kim. And believe it or not, vultures are really clean birds. I know that might surprise some of you. But they bathe regularly, and they are known to keep their hygiene standards in tip-top condition because they have to. So although they are renowned for being around carcasses, and people often think they're dirty and vermin and nasty, but actually they're cleaning the ecosystem up for us, which is awesome, and they're very clean. They really have good standards of hygiene. You might see my passion coming through here. I really do like them. I like the underdogs. I like those species that really are not part of the The panda effect, they call it. All stems from WWF, who Davi and I actually work with. But they chose a panda for the logo, which is great. Pandas are amazing and it's such a cool logo. Black and white, contrast, striking, perfect in terms of graphic. But they sort of coined the term panda effect, where a lot of conservation bodies and a lot of people care about conservation. Of course, it's our natural world. And people tend to favor the cute and cuddly species. Leopards are so strikingly beautiful. They're stunning. Pandas, polar bears, tigers, and all of these animals are amazing, don't get me wrong, and they are beautiful. However, those animals that are sort of maybe not blessed with the same aesthetics, like sharks, like hyenas, like vultures, tend to not get recognized as much, whereas their conservation is just equally as important. And they sort of term that the panda effect. And I like those underdogs, the ones that are not recognized so much. Because really, beauty is nothing at the end of the day. We're all attracted to different things, including things in the animal kingdom. I think hyenas are beautiful, but not everyone will. Many people would probably think that hyenas are really not attractive, but each to their own. Terry, you're asking... Sorry, I was talking there, MC. I didn't catch that. Terry, no, they don't. And it goes into what I was saying before. They're heavy birds. It takes a lot of energy for them to fly. Wow. Is something coming in? Sorry, Terry, I'm just going to scan around. Why is everyone leaving? All except one in the Bide Grow. Have you seen how clean that carcass is? Oh my goodness, there's nothing left. Wow, I don't even know if the jackals will bother. There is nothing left. Sorry, Terry, no they don't. They're not really equipped for long distances like that. Heavy birds takes a lot to fly, and due to their feeding strategies, they don't really need to migrate anywhere. I missed them while in the Eastern Cape, and I really hope that they do come back to the Eastern Cape at some point. They're bizarre looking animals, actually. Vicky, done and dusted. Absolutely, just like that. You know, if we had arrived an hour later, I mean, this scene is not particularly spectacular. I think we got it spot on. We didn't get to see the cheetah, I'm afraid, but we got that moment, and I think they've all just flown off because there's nothing left. Bones. Vultures clean up, and that just shows you when we arrived, this was not a full springbok because the cheetah had eaten some, but I would say 50%. All of those vultures completely cleaned up that carcass, and that's exactly what they're equipped to do. That's why we need them. That's why we celebrate them. Imagine walking or going on game drive through an area where there are lots of lions and they kill lots of buffalo and they just leave the buffalo behind. Can you imagine the environment, the smell, the diseases that would break out? It just would not be a pleasant place to go on game drive. Lappets incoming. See, the whitebacks back off. You can see the hierarchy. I don't want to say the hierarchy. I wish I had a better word. But you can see the roles. You can see without knowing anything about vultures that the Lapid face is in charge. Look at them all coming back down just to make sure. Ben, you're 10 years old and you're asking how they protect themselves. It really depends on what they're protecting themselves against. So, look at these two fighting. Against other vultures, there is a sort of understanding, if you like. The Lapid face could injure all of them with its beak, but they're used to one another. They sort of cohabit. They will always see one another at carcasses. If it's against predators like lions and potentially leopards or even hyenas with the big strong jaws, they do have the ability to fly. So they do need to run a little bit, which is a slight disadvantage to the vulture. They can't just take off. They've got to get that momentum. You'll probably see it. But if the lions were running at them right now, they would just fly away. Birds do have that advantage when it comes to terrestrial threats. They can just fly away. Quite simple. If other aerial predators were to come, if tawny eagles, maybe a bachelier, maybe those sort of really strong raptors came in, again, they would just move off. Organisms will avoid fighting, although you can see that the whitebacks are squabbling against themselves here. Because once you get injured to a point where you can't feed anymore, you can't fly anymore, it's pointless. So I think in answer to your question, Ben, they would just fly away from any threat. But they are renowned for fighting with one another. They squabble. Very frantic, very noisy, and the noise is mostly coming from them just fighting with one another. Lapid face are far more silent. And believe it or not, especially in regions like this where it's so hot, not exaggerating about the heat, everyone, it's draining, actually. It's so hot. Vultures they are great value. Their stomach acid is really corrosive. Now, everyone's stomach acid is acid, so it is low on the pH scale, but vultures are around 1, pH 1, or even a little bit less, which is very, very acidic. And being acidic, that means it's extremely corrosive. So why it's like that, similar to hyenas actually, is to support their lifestyle of being scavengers. So it allows them to sort of safely digest the putrid meat, if you like, which could be infected with all sorts. Anthrax, cholera, all sorts of bacteria that could be lethal. The reason they don't get sick from it is because of their stomach acid. Fascinating. There is a jackal on the periphery. Let's just sit tight and see if it decides to come in. It's sad if it does, because really I don't think it's going to get much. There's really not anything left from what I can see. Maybe a nibble or two? And the jackal's just waiting until they fly off. Patience pays off in the bush. Especially with us just sitting patiently watching a sighting. You get to see a lot. Everybody's still here, so actually maybe I was wrong. There possibly could be a little bit more meat than I thought. I'm a little bit sad we didn't get any hyena action, but that's okay, I'll get over it. Because the vultures within themselves were incredible. Okay, we are definitely going to sit here and just watch this whole scenario play out until there is no one left. But for now, you guys are going to head over to Alex.
Thanks very much, Lauren. It was awesome seeing those vultures, and I'm sure it's going to be quite fun sitting and see how the rest of that scene pans out. However, we are back in Djuma, or at least for the first time today, and we do have these lovely bull waterbuck. Just getting very hot up there as well. You can slowly start to make out the heat as well as it does get hotter. Can also hear a few cicadas in the background as well, but these waterbuck are always great to see, and it's always great to add something different to our list for the day. So it is another animal for the list. We have been ticking them off. They were actually sitting down just now, so I'm happy they've got up and they are moving. We're just going to sit with them for a bit because we haven't had much time with waterbuck today. We're just going to make sure that we cover and get to see them and see what they get up to as well. Hoping they do venture off a little bit to the water, but as it stands right now, they're quite happy just grazing along. But it seems to be a hot day across southern Africa. Lauren saying it's getting up to about 45 there in Madikwe, and I can guarantee you in most of the areas it is going to be very, very hot. I think maybe a little more humid here, and maybe not up to 45, but you will definitely know all about it if you were on the ground. Good just to sit here and just appreciate us bulls. from what I've noticed, at least, there's 3 of them, and they are constantly around here, or at least it's about every day we do see them. And they seem to be quite happy in the company of each other. Waterbuck also at least don't have a set breeding season. They also breed throughout the year, so we'll just have to wait. But there was a rather large herd that came through the other day as well, so not to say that that won't happen today. But these bulls are definitely quite happy here. Hi Hannah, and stemming from our conversations earlier, it's always cool to know how fast the different antelope do run. And I'm thinking it is between about 40 and 60 k's right now, but I do just need to double check. I actually haven't thought about it because they do sometimes run straight into the water. That's why they're also called waterbuck, and they'll use water as well as a protection from other predators. Yeah, so I was just exactly what I was thinking. Around 50 k's an hour is what a waterbuck will top out on its top speed. However, they will use water and the rest around them, so their vegetation and their surroundings, to their advantage. So that is why they run into water, to avoid predators as well. That is quite quick. Definitely quicker than predators. There is our third male as well. Obviously not a cheetah, not as fast as that, but I suppose if you are darting quickly to get into a heavy water body, you just need to be quick off the mark, and then you're in, and then you can probably swim and get away from anything that might be wanting to come and eat you. We actually have a fourth one. I didn't notice him earlier. I think maybe just because he was stuck behind this. Looks like a fallen over knobthorn. But lovely to see you, nice and relaxed waterbuck. They're very photogenic as well. Hi Bruce, so waterbuck are generally associated with water. So if the water was to evaporate or dry out in the area, they would move off, and they will know where their water bodies are within the areas they are, or that they occur. Sometimes that might mean that they spread out a little bit further in summer when there is more rain and there is more water that is available, but they are never found very far away from major water sources in an area. So the dam in front of them right now is obviously a major water source for them, so that is why they would congregate around here. Even if it was dry, that water would probably be there, so they would be in the area. So they never move too far away from water. Although they do move, and they do go from property to property as well, from area to area. So if you are on a reserve where there is a nice river, they might leave you and cross the river to move to the other side. They aren't known to hang around if they aren't happy in an area either. So they will always try and be around water, but that doesn't stop them from moving. I do find their horns and the shape of their horns very iconic. Very imposing as well. You wouldn't like to be on the wrong end of those. So they're very strong antelope as well. Nice big strong necks. Thick coats. With very imposing horns. Hi Tom, thanks for asking that. The answer would be obviously dependent on the different areas that the waterbuck are found. They might have a little bit further to travel in some areas and a little less further to travel as well. But it also does boil down to if fences are up or down in an area and the amount of throughfare that wildlife might be able to take in an area as well. So for example, where we are now in the Greater Kruger, these waterbuck might move quite fast or quite far, and in other areas where they are more fenced in, they might not move as far. They might just hang around the water. So it will depend on where they are and what part of the country we're in as well. We'll get you a figure as to how far they will roam within an area, or how far they've actually been noted to roam. But that will just be a thumbsuck too. So we have just left the waterbuck there. They do look quite relaxed. I do want to see if we can't get some images of the water monitor that is around here. I can't see it, but it's not the best content, so we will come out of this now. But on that dead branch to the left of the terrapin, that's there, that is the water monitor that we found here. Noted also because they're the second biggest behind the crocodiles, or reptiles in this reserve at least. But let us have a look and see, because there were some other antelope around. And I do want to see if we can continue to add to our mammals list for the day as well. So we do have waterbuck now. We will go across back to them as well if we can. We are just going to have a little pan and scan. Just see if we can't find those in Nyala. Add them to our list for the day as well. It does look like they have pushed on as well. There's lots of bird life around here too, so it's good to have a listen There are two different starlings there, so the Birchells and the greater blue-eared. Maybe our little Egyptian goose family is around as well, so we will just have a check for them. Otherwise we'll take us back to the waterbuck and just see what they are up to, and if they do get up to anything else interesting. Also always the Jacana around, but we haven't seen it today just yet. It's probably a good idea just to come back and sit with our waterbuck for now. It looks like everything else is kind of in the thick stuff, with it being quite hot today and only getting hotter. These guys are pretty unfazed, very relaxing start to their day at least. Hi Molly, and no, it is just the males that have horns. The females don't have horns, and unfortunately there aren't any around us. Otherwise I would show you what they do look like. But otherwise it's just the males that have the horns, and they are quite a bit bigger than the females as well in terms of their body size too. These guys seem to be setting up shop. They might maybe move closer to the water as it gets hotter. Maybe we will find them inside the water at some point this afternoon. Just come out a bit just in case there is something else there. I can hear a hoopoe as well calling in the background. I'll just come have a look at this male over here because he's the only one that's doing anything. The other three are just taking it easy, and I assume they are going to just chill there for the moment. Interesting, at least in this light and with this angle we can make out how shaggy those coats are, and actually in fact those hairs are hollow, which is quite weird considering that these antelope will hide in the water, but in order for them to stay water resistant they actually secrete an oil along their coat and through their coat so that those hollow hairs don't get inundated or too sodden with water. So that is actually what then will keep them dry, keep that shaggy coat pretty dry then as well, just because they have then released that gland. Noted that it is the waterbuck, at least with those glands, that there have been a number of people or a number of thoughts around why certain antelope might not want to eat them sometimes, and they do think that that gland that allows them to secrete that oil is a determining factor about that sometimes, where it might actually make the meat taste bad. And there's always a smell on waterbuck as well. They have got quite a musty smell, so it is noted that you can actually smell them too, but there is a school of thought that allows, or that leans towards them being able to secrete that and making their meat taste unpleasant. And it is noted also with hunters too. Hi Fiona, and that links just to what I was just talking about now. It is an adaptation that they have to be more aquatic. But as I was talking about with regards to the oil that is secreted through the glands in their skin, and they are able to then keep more water resistance through that shaggy fur and those hollow coats. And in fact there are two separate subspecies that we know of. There are separate races in between that as well of the waterbuck in each, but the other is called the Dafassa, and it is far more russety brown. They're roughly around the same size, but it also lacks that characteristic toilet seat marking on the back. It's more just a white that's over there, and then it's more brown, russety red kind of color as well, but very much exactly the same otherwise with regards to having a thick fur. And then obviously the same principle applies. It also has that hollow fur, and it also then secretes that oil to stay dry. But they're found north of us, up in Zambia, and throughout into Eastern Africa as well. So this common waterbuck is one that we get here in Southern Africa. Hi, Timothy. And waterbuck obviously have different sizes between the males and the females. So the males are bigger than the females. And obviously those coats and everything as well. So you can get up to around 300 kgs. That's a big bull. And at their shoulder, they can go to around, I suppose, almost 140 centimeters in height. So it's actually a bit less than that. It's maybe 135 to 136 centimeters in total height around there. And what's interesting is that their gestation is 9 months, but they do drop young throughout the year. They aren't confined to a breeding season per se. And that's obviously because of how and where they are found, having access to water and the rest. There's actually a nice herd of impala running around in the background there. So that also allows them to breed throughout the year as well. So there's no set breeding time for waterbuck either. Just want to zoom out a bit and see if I can't see those impala. Because there might be something that has decided to come through there. Definitely that waterbuck is showing interest as well. So just good to have a look. I don't want to go too far, but the impala definitely were running through there. I didn't hear anyone alarm calling. But we will keep an eye out there, just in case there is anything. But I suppose also just going back to the sizes of that. So this bull, his horns could even be up around 100 centimeters long, so a meter in length. Which is pretty long. So obviously bigger and the older the bull, and the stronger, the longer and the stronger the horns will be as well. It doesn't seem that much is going on because he's kind of gone back to grooming, and the other 2, 3 are actually just sleeping. It looks like they look like they're just taking it easy, probably just ruminating there. It's just this bull that is feeding currently. Quite clearly you can make out just the length of that hair as well. Hi Eddie, so they are obviously reliant on water, so they do need to be close to water, and they do feed a lot, even on aquatic material as well. So it would also depend on drought and that too in an area. Now I do just want to check. I would say that, well, I've got an idea, but I do want to just double check just to make sure that I am giving you the right figures, because they will take browse as well. So I do just want to just check. So it's an interesting thing that I have just read here is that they actually are more water dependent than domestic cattle. But I do just want to double check all of this because I know that they have quite a varied and wide diet, so aquatic material as well as some shorter and different types of grass that other antelope don't necessarily eat, and they do also take browse. So it will depend again on area, and it will also depend on what they have access to and the time of the year or the state of the climate at that time. So how deep a drought might have got. And in particular, these guys would be far more afflicted by drought, and it'd be more of an indicator species then as well as to how well the veld was and how much rain was in an area. So there's actually quite a lot interesting on them, but I'm just trying to figure it out because, again, the different areas and the different access to certain browse and other grass will also dictate as to how long they will go without food. But because they're dependent on water, it would be the water that would actually dictate how long that waterbuck would be able to last without food. But I would say between a week to 2 weeks, maybe, because they will ruminate. And I'm assuming that because they have a varied diet and because they will also take that aquatic material, it might not be noted that they had eaten at that time. But definitely a few days without water. If water was drying out, they'd actually move off first, as opposed to if there was lack of food as well. So you can assume because there would be water around that they would have access to feed for themselves. So they would probably be more reliant on the water levels than actually the food source that is in them. So I hope that gives you a better idea, because it's quite a way around it. But they are an interesting antelope, and that is why I'd rather explain it like that than give you a definite figure. Because again, it'll also be a thumbsuck, but I think it's easier just to talk about it like that as opposed to say, right, it's 1 week of no food and then it'll perish. So it's noted is that they'll drink even twice a day. Some antelope only have to drink once every 3 days. So waterbuck are very dependent on the water. So they are definitely an indicator species for water as well. So that dependence on the water will be actually what dictates to how long they actually go without food. So very relaxed waterbuck here in the sun, obviously close to that water source. Let's just come out. I do want to see if his friends have decided to do anything else, but it's been fun just watching him go about his business and just eating here. And what's interesting is that grass is very tough. So as I was mentioning that, they will take certain grasses and that other antelope will avoid. Here's quite a good example of that right now. That is obviously coming towards the end of the dry season, and that grass is quite tough and there isn't much nutritional value, or other antelope might not find as much nutritional value in it as well. So they are happy to take the coarser, drier grass too. But his other mates are just chilling. Hi Joe. So it's not to say that they wouldn't feed on fruit. So if there was a flowering marula or maybe even num num and that kind of thing around here, I would assume that they would take that, because they take a lot of aquatic material as well as different herbs and that are found around the water holes. So even a jackalberry, I wouldn't be surprised if a waterbuck would take that, and possibly in Mashatu in that area, if they were to be around, they might even take some of the Inyala berries, the Mashatu as well. So it will depend, again, how close those trees are and how far or how many of them are within their little home ranges. But if they if it is around, I wouldn't be surprised if that waterbuck would take it. Still lots for us to learn and figure out around these things as well, but it would make sense because they do browse, then they do graze, and they take the aquatic matter and herbs as well. So if there was fruit around, I wouldn't be surprised if it would try it at least. I mean, and why not have some extra calorific and high sugar content things in your diet as well? It would make sense for these guys. Just want to see where the other one might have got off to. What is that actually under the tree? I was thinking earlier. Nope, just a tree stump itself. Quite iconic though, watching that little waterbuck there straight through the gap. Pretty camouflaged underneath that fallen debris and foliage over there. Frame him up again. Hi Jack, and that is purely because they are quite dependent on water, and they will use it also to get away from predators. So they will use it as a safety mechanism. So if they are chased or being hunted by anything, they will actually flee into the water. They're also known to be good swimmers too. It also comes down to the diet and their preferred diet. They like that aquatic matter as well as the herbs and that will be found around those freshwater sources as well. So specifically in those drainage lines leading in, and obviously on the peripheries of those water sources. So it's unfortunate they're not on the water right now, because it would be a good way to show you exactly what I mean there. But we can have a look at that just now if they do decide to go down. But yeah, they are associated to water, much like the Setutunga, Lechwe and Puku as well. They're probably more closely related to the Lechwe and the Setutunga as well in terms of their cousins. And that we can tell also because they don't lack that spiral horn of the Nyala, the Kuru, the Bushbuck, Yeland. So they are a different family as well. But more closely related to the Lechwe and that are found in aquatic areas too. So these are the aquatic tile antelope that are found in Africa. Super, super, super relaxed here, at least today. Maybe not so much right now. But you can also note, we've got some impala coming through, and these are the guys that were running through the bush. You can also note the different facial markings. The one behind there with a bit of a white dot in front of its eye. And this bull right here, also just with that little white stripe underneath, but obviously different. So their coats are obviously are only identical to themselves, much like human fingerprints. Each one will have its own identity of its coat, or of its coat. Great to see these impala coming through too. You can even see the size on the ewes, because they're a couple weeks off starting to lamb. That girl over there is starting to look quite heavily pregnant. So I would think within the next 6 weeks we will start to see lambs running around. You can definitely see they are looking very pregnant, these girls at least. And we can also see the difference in the black faces to the impala that we will see in Etosha. You can just see these guys have black tip on the tip of their heads, and it doesn't run down their nostril, so down that nasal cavity right in front of their faces, whereas the black impala up in Etosha and Kikuyu will have that. They're obviously far more arid adapted up there. Here they are not as arid adapted. And the impala actually will need to have access to the water, but they're also fortunate that they are mixed feeders, so they are grazers and browsers as well. So you'll see them taking on a mixture of both, so the grass and leaves, and depending on the time of year, even looking at marula and other fruit too. Noted that they aren't a true antelope because of that gland that is there on the back of their feet, and I'll have a pan in there. Just have a look at that. Actually, their closest relatives are actually wildebeest. So the closest relative to an impala is actually a wildebeest. If you taxonomically were to go back and regress back, they're more closely related to wildebeest than anything else. Hi Bina, and you will notice that at different times in the year you will see them in different numbers and with also just different makeups of those herds as well, so that a lot of the time while they are in herds is obviously safety in numbers, so many eyes and ears and even snouts or nostrils. That will help in terms of protection. But right now, because they are far off of their rut and they're coming towards dropping lambs, so the lambing season, you will start to see that they actually congregate with all different impala, so there isn't much of a hierarchical threat in terms of dominance and breeding. So the bulls will also join, and the little bachelor herds also sometimes join these bigger breeding herds. As you can see, there's a young male there now. So at different times of the year, impala herds are actually made up quite differently. Obviously, when it comes into a rut and a male is obviously looking to set her harem and fight for dominance and breeding rights, they will try and corral the females into their little patch of dominance and area. Then obviously once the breeding season magic is over, it does start to quieten down in impala life, although they do still make that quite raucous, like goatee guttural noise, and they still do mock, fight and the rest as well. So obviously that comes down to practice and them practicing for certain things as well. The next breeding season, getting their strength up, getting up their technique, that kind of thing. But you can make out how pregnant they are right now. And they will also try and drop the lambs at pretty much the same time as well, so that they also get to keep that exact same herd mentality up. So it is far safer to have all your lambs born at once, or better chances for your population at least. If everyone is born at once, so everyone has the same access then. Ooh, and we have our first Ellie for the day. Fantastic. So it has been cool watching everyone else, but we haven't seen the Ellie yet, so we're definitely going to go and have a look at the Ellie. Looks like we've got another. Yep, time for sunscreen. Nice bull with very nice tusks as well. You can see they're quite pointy, not necessarily the longest, but very thick, very healthy. And this bull's probably between 45 and 50. You can also see just on his temporal glands there how much they've actually started to dent in. So quite an old bull, but lovely to see. Lots of knowledge in that head there. Some of my favorite viewing is always watching elephants spray themselves. But elephants in general, and spending time with the elephants in general, is always great because they're always up to something. Even when they're sleeping, there's kind of like this big aura of something is going to happen with them. Exactly, Linda, and I'm sure if you were there in Djuma right now, you'd be considering doing the same thing. It is very hot there, and I think only going to get warmer. look so gentle if you can consider how dangerous they can be at times. So gentle. Clearly not a worry in the world for this guy.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa? Or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise. Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
Fascinating to see this guy just chilling, taking it easy, and making sure he's lathered up in mud. It's quite interesting, at least in Madikwe where Lauren is that you'll notice the sizes of the different bulls, and that's because they have bulls from different areas. So bulls from the Kruger and from Zim, and the bulls from the Kruger there are actually a lot more stocky and a bit shorter than the very tall bulls from Zim. So it's very interesting when you are on the ground there, at least, that you actually get to note that difference too. As to who's the most dominant at times, I'm unsure. I'd need to spend a bit more time looking at that, but it'll also come down to different must cycles and the rest as well. But just an interesting thing, and we can see one of the goslings there. So good to know that they are still around. Yeah, so that is because as it comes with age, and it's not that they are always found alone, but they do get pushed out of their natal or maternal herds. So when you're born into the herd at around like 18 or 20 odd, you do get pushed out and you do have to go on your own, and they do form little askari groups as well, where they'll actually follow the bigger bulls too. But sometimes with old age, and I think sometimes being clever, it's easier to be by yourself when you are a big bull, Ellie. You don't have that competition, although they do teach the younger bulls a lot about life as well, and where to go and what areas. And they're actually found most often not trailing the breeding herds. That's not to say that they're alone, because elephant can also communicate seismically through those feet and through their bones as well. And they can communicate for up to about a kilometer as well. So it's not to say that they're ever really alone, because if you could speak to people, things in that distance just commonly, you wouldn't necessarily need to see them. But sometimes it's also because of their must cycles, so they might be a bit more aggressive then, or actively looking for females. So it really depends on the time of the year and their chemical cycles as well. What's very interesting is that elephants actually live far longer, and these are one of the few animals where this happens. They live far longer in the wild than they do in captivity, and that is to do with what I was talking about their feet and that as well. So in those feet are big pads, and those pads actually rest or help with their huge weights. So how it works is that they have their digits or their toes and those bones that are set just above those pads. The pads are obviously cartilage, and they're quite soft, and they absorb a lot of that weight. It's also why they walk and you can't hear them, because they are almost silent like that. But when they are in captivity, and a lot of the time it's because they are also on hard substrates, so that could be, concrete floors and the rest, and that actually hurts them because of their weight. So it doesn't allow their weight to dissipate as much, and because of that has led to elephants in captivity not having as longer lifespans. So because of that, and because there's actually far more pressure going down onto their feet in those areas, so on the concrete floors and that might be found. So there's actually some activists out there that are advocating for any ellies that are in captivity not to be placed under or have concrete floors underneath them, so that they can actually walk around naturally. But you can see him resting and playing with his trunk, and that's beautiful to see. Love seeing that with the elephant. So much like with rhinos as well, when elephants die or pass away because of those padded feet, when they do pass away and on those carcasses, their feet will actually separate off the bones and that as well. So you'll actually even be able to note that cartilage and that soft cushion that they do use for them to be quiet, for them to move such distances, will separate from the carcass. Hi Annie, and an Ellie bull can go can be anywhere between 6 and 8 tons. At least these African savanna elephant, who are the biggest, between 6 and 8 tons. Got a puffback also calling in the background. You can hear the impala calling as well. He's also just resting his back legs, so it looks like he's actually kind of resting. I think definitely resting, not kind of. Very interesting pose though. I'm not too sure what anyone who does Eddie yoga would call that pose, but definitely an interesting pose. Definitely sleeping. So I do just want to come out and have a look and see what else is going on here, but it's always fascinating to watch how they move and go about working those trunks of theirs, and he's definitely just relaxing his trunk over there. Interesting way of doing it. It's amazing just to see how dexterous they really are. Just see where these impala got off to. Even the waterbuck. Oh, and the waterbuck are here, so we might actually just see that change of diet and what they might actually be wanting to eat over here. But you can see there, that is definitely aquatic matter that is there. Cool just to see, because that's what we were chatting about as well. It's just the variety of diet that waterbuck do take on, and this is a perfect example of that anyway. So good to see it actually taking that aquatic matter and these little herbs and that will be around here on the water line itself. Because we did also see them taking this quite sparse grass as well. So great to be able to show that. Let us continue panning around because I do want to see if we can't find those in Yala, but we do again also have the oxpeckers, as you can hear them. There's probably something else interesting around here too. So we're going to keep on looking to see if we can't get some more species, at least from Djuma here, the Inyala and that. So it is time for us to go and see what else Lauren has found for us in Madikwe.
We decided to sort of stay here just a little bit longer because it's still so fascinating. Clearly I was wrong, and happy to admit that. There must be meat left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white backs. Huge lappet face was dominating. So clearly there must be more meat left than I thought. Now it's not a lot, but there must be something to nibble on. And I was just wondering, it's now midday. The heat is... I have no words. And I just wondered what was going to happen. The beauty of what we do in escaping to nature is to be able to just sit and wait and see, rather than racing around sightings for 20 minutes and then leaving. I did wonder if anyone else would come on the scene. But so far, it's just our incredibly hungry vultures. A lot of people ask us, what happens to carcasses? That is what happens to carcasses. Clean dried adder, just be bones and the horns. Maybe a hoof or two. Oh, breeze, keep coming, we need you. And John, in a number of ways. They communicate through vocalizing, like what you heard through that hissing sound. That is when they're in close proximity with one another, the kill. It's a very strange sound, but they're sort of vocalizing to one another. Well, they're competing. They all want the carcass to themselves at the end of the day. But vultures are really visual. They do have good sense of hearing and smell. It was long thought that birds didn't have a good sense of smell, and that's really not true. But animals, as I mentioned earlier, with their specialized eyes with the two lenses, so they sort of follow one another. And in a way, I don't know if that's classified as communicating, but they read one another's signals. So it just takes one vulture to spot a carcass. From way up in the air to spot maybe a dead springbok like this one, swoop down, and by other vultures reading that action, the sort of very specialized flight to swoop down to the ground to get it, they immediately know that that other vulture has spotted something and they all follow suit. So it's quite sheep behavior in that regard, but they are very visual. So they read one another, the body language, follow one another, and of course they are vocal. Apparently when they're courting, they can also be very vocal, but I've actually never heard that. But apparently it's a noisy affair. But good question. When you're thinking about communication, you have to really base it on the senses. And they are highly visual. But they can also smell carcasses, don't be fooled. But if they're very high up in the sky, then they're mainly looking for them. Or they may not even be looking for a carcass. Maybe they are looking for spots or tawny cats. Because these beings have evolved to realize that food comes from lion kills and leopard kills and cheetah kills. Only 2 remains. Wonderful shot. Really nice comparison shot. To signal the end of the story. A jackal may come in for a sniff, but really, it's the end of the story. You can hear the core hand in the background. I love the way they just hobble around. Never stops being entertaining. I've got a bit of a conference here. 3 different species. 2 more closely related to each other than the third one. all after the same thing. Remarkable size difference between all three, but all scavengers. My goodness. Wow. Well, hello. You're being very patient. Is it not quite your time yet? Possibly. Why did you doubt yourself there, Mr. Jackal? Look at this. Jackal for the win. I can't believe it. Jackal, you need to call for backup. I saw your partner in crime run somewhere. He's pulling it away from the bite crow. Vultures are shocked. They may have to reposition. What do you think, Dove? Let me just move a little bit. It's not going to take much, but obviously right now the jackal is completely hidden. Well, maybe not. The jackal's nervous. It's not got the strength of a hyena to pull a full carcass. Hyenas are powerful at the front, spotted hyenas. That's why they've got that energy efficient sloping body. Looks really bizarre. All the muscle is at the front, and that's to pull carcasses because they are adapted to scavenging. Jackal's not got that. But obviously this is more a skeleton really than a carcass. There's not much left. But the jackal's still nervous. That lappet face could really injure the jackal. Possibly even kill it if it really wanted to. Okay, let's just reposition a little bit so we can still get views of this. I hope we can. I wondered when the jackal were going to make their move. They've been here the entire morning. There are two, which is entirely normal for jackals. What do you think, Dove?
Yeah, I've got it now.
You got it here? Okay. Yeah, he's still pulling it. That jackal's not getting much, but to be fair, it's getting something. Your patience does pay off. Activity, noise, smell attracts the attention of other animals in the area. Unless you silently and quickly eat your kill, you are going to attract crows, vultures, jackals, and sadly in this case not hyenas. Come on, Brownie, run on through and shock us. Okay, well the jackal's running away. Jackal, what are you doing? And that's the other jackal there, just off to the left. I see it now. I have never heard the vocalizations of a red-crested corehorn as much in my life as I have in Madikwe. It's unbelievable. Nature hugger.
Yep.
It is interesting. It's different from the Lowveld, isn't it? And there's a different sort of feel to it. The landscape looks different, and it's not the usual scavengers. I mean, I really expected to see a hyena. I know I've said that 100 times, but there are no hyenas. It's interesting to see the vultures interact with one another, the pied crows trying to get in there. I only saw one pied crow once in all of my time at Djuma, and it was flying above Chitwa. Oh, the big guys downtown. Look, showing everyone I'm the big man. And of course jackals. Jackals you do get in Djuma, but it's they're really not what you expect to see around a carcass. They sort of keep very quiet because they can't compete with the high density of other scavengers there. And it's just nice to see different dynamics around a kill. And to know that just yesterday there was a beautiful female cheetah here. Oh, how things have changed. And Lappet-faced vulture, you see how he stands on the carcass? He's doing that intentionally, dominating it, making sure it can't be pulled out from underneath him. He's putting his body weight on top of it. Do you want me to go forward a little bit more, Dove? Okay, bear with us. We're missing a little bit of action because of that tree. Okay. Back up, back up, back up. Here? We're going to try and work with it. This is black cotton soil. This area, the plains they call it, you can see why, and you don't off-road here. You can sort of turn off a little bit to turn your vehicle, but you don't go off-roading for a sighting, no matter what animal. It's not ideal, so we will have to just continue viewing from far away.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your name.
I actually quite like this angle. You can see that we've got a few branches in the way. I think we're getting quite good views of the two remaining vultures that are just determined to leave nothing behind. The jackal gave up. I don't know why. Maybe it's not worth it. Now, the real reason other hyenas are not here, for example, the other scavengers are not here, sorry, for example, the spotted hyenas and the brown hyenas. Madikwe is so vast. The only way you're going to sort of know a carcass is there if A, you smell it, so you have to be in the vicinity. Even if you do have an incredible sense of smell, you still have to be semi nearby. B, you hear it. Distress call, any sort of vocalization, the sound of squeals or screams. Or 3, you are tailing that predator, which I believe happens a lot in the Sabi Sands. I really do. I don't have any scientific proof of that, just experience, but I do think the spotted hyenas just follow the leopards, or at least know where the leopard is. because they know that a leopard's going to make a kill. Maybe every 3 days or 4 days, there will be an opportunity. So keep track of the leopards. There's 3 ways that the scavengers on the ground, at least the hyenas, will know. And the reason there are none here is because there are none in the area. Maybe they're busy on a lion kill, maybe they're on the completely opposite side of the reserve. It's a huge reserve. I feel like there's a little friendship growing here. Little Elephant, you're asking about the black cotton soil, which you can actually see it in Davi's frame right now. It's very, very different from the likes of driving on sand or concrete or tar, and it's very compressible. It has a sort of low bearing capacity, if you like, and it's very fragile, in that if we were out off-road, it would really disrupt the integrity of the soil and it wouldn't be able to take impact so much. It's just a more fragile terrain than other parts of the reserve, and this is normal across the board. You don't drive on black cotton soil, really, especially. Nothing would happen right now, to be honest. If I was to drive up to the vultures, nothing would happen. But if it was wet and we have had some water, oh my goodness. Black cotton soil is that sticky, sticky soil, and you are ultimately going to get stuck. Apparently a lot of the guides in Madikwe have got horror stories, and they have to wear caps and wear badges when they get stuck. People are notorious for getting stuck in black cotton soil, so you definitely don't drive in it when it's wet, and even when it's dry, it's just a more fragile soil. It doesn't have as much bearing capacity as other terrains, but I hope that answered your question. So it's very common in the map that we have. It's marked off. You know when you're on black cotton soil. It's not a surprise. It's really, really bumpy to drive on. It's really not comfortable to drive on. I wouldn't have come to this area if we weren't looking for the cheetah. It's that uncomfortable. It almost becomes like clay when wet. Not right now, but as soon as it's wet, it becomes like clay. It's something else, and it's very sticky, and you would really have to get rescued. So I think as soon as the summer rains come here, this whole area will be cordoned off. I don't even think we've off-roaded here yet, Davi, have we? I think we did it once for the leopard, that the leopard had no signal. But sadly, yeah, we couldn't show you that. But otherwise, we haven't off-roaded much. We've had some fantastic sightings just around water bodies and looking off into the plains like this. But the amount of sickle bush here, the amount of flat tires, I'd rather not off-road. No, don't pull the carcass that way. Darcy Miller, that's so good to hear that. Honestly, vultures are incredible. Shall I reverse a little bit? Or is the view almost just gone? They really are incredible, and I'm sure you can tell I've got a lot of passion for them. I just think they're great. And I think that the populations have plummeted. If you go onto the IUCN Red List, which is an incredible website, it's a really good tool to understand species populations and how endangered they are. You can type in any species of vulture, the Latin name or the common name. Common name is obviously easier. And it tells you their status. Vultures are in big trouble, and it is down to the fact that they are seen as vermin. They are seen as dirty.
Maybe a little bit more.
A little bit more, okay. And people think they carry disease and, oh, they stick their head in carcasses. But let's be honest, so do hyenas, so do leopards. Leopards, I've seen Tlalamba eat the most putrid of carcasses. So do lions. So do all the animals that sort of hunt and kill and eat meat like that. They will eat putrid carcasses. Even wild dogs the other day, they were eating and finishing off a very old hyena kill. And I'm not entirely sure why vultures get that bad reputation. I'm pretty sure it's down to aesthetics, because they are very strange looking birds. But a lot of people poison them. Put poison down on a carcass, attract the vultures, and of course the vultures will come, they'll eat the carcass and they'll be poisoned. And that's really what happened in the Eastern Cape, and it's a sad scenario because you really do need them. A healthy ecosystem should, not every ecosystem, but out here in the wild in South Africa, you should have vultures. So I'm glad to hear that, Darcy Miller. I think they're awesome. When you really study them, their biology, all the cool things about them, the different species, they're very fascinating. I'm desperate to see the bearded vulture. I want to go back to Ethiopia to see that. They also call them lammergeiers. And then you get the very, very rare Egyptian vulture. I'd actually like to see all species. Ripples, I think I saw in the Masai Mara. Also quite rare, but very large. I think ripples are even bigger than the lappet face that just flew off. And just like that, everyone, the carcass is just empty now. It seems to be over. All that chaos, all that action, and now it's just an empty carcass. So we will probably head on to a dam. There is a dam about 15 minutes away. Nothing. It's over. Not even the jackal is coming back. Well, I'm glad we got to show that to you, everyone. Imagine if we'd arrived now. Imagine if we'd spent time at the hyena den and just arrived now. It's nothing. There's nothing happening. That's been one of my favorite sightings at Madikwe. Okay, well, on that note, we shall bumble to the dam. Hopefully there will be some Ellies swimming. And while we get there, we're going to send you guys over to Alex and Mishatu.
Thanks, Lauren. And we are here with Ellies. It's Ellies galore here in Mishatu right now. It was to be expected because they do love heat. All the water when it is hot like this. I'm sure we're going to get them drinking, but hopefully we're going to get them playing in a few moments too. but they've definitely taken over the waterhole. We do have some wildebeest there as well, so nice that we can get a spread across our different species. But I'm going to try and get us in, because it's always cool to see where they actually go for this fresh water that is here. So this dam is pumped, and where the ellies are congregating right now is literally the spring source or the borehole source that does supply the dam. But we're going to try and zoom in so we get an idea as to what's going on with regards to the different interactions that each one of them are going to be having, because there will be conversations and chats going on. So it's always good just to see who is happy and who's maybe a bit grumpy in the day. Never dull with ellies, so it's great that we've actually got them through here eventually. Didn't have them through here for quite some time. We did obviously have our bull ellie in Djuma, but it's always good when the breeding herds are around and are up to things. And start to see some of the young little goslings there. Looks like there's only one at the moment, and when I did leave, there were at least 4, so I'm hoping that isn't the case, and that at least 3 of them haven't been eaten in that time. But they obviously do have quite a high mortality rate as well, being small little goslings. And also on the water here, we might get our first wallowing ellie for the day. It's going to be a mud bath of some form though. Kind of just want us just to sit and listen, because it's fascinating when you get to hear ellies spraying water down their throats as well. So lots of ellies around that little pump. They are just trying to hear. I mean, but you might have quite a chorus going on in the background there with those birds. I'm hoping we do get to listen to them spraying that water down their throats. Doesn't sound like we're going to be that lucky just yet. So good idea is to pan out and just have a look and see if there's any other ellies that have decided to come through here on the left hand side of us, because there is that second wallow, and maybe we'll get lucky in seeing some of them also in there as well. Just going to pan across quickly, and then otherwise I will go back to those ellies. It's crucial we don't miss out on anyone that might be around. There'll be quite a few ellies towards the back there as well, but no one's been here today. everyone seems to be kind of favoring the wallow that's right ahead of us. Let's just have a look and see if the croc is down here maybe. So I'm just having a little scan quick to see if the croc is perhaps here. Oh, what is this? I think terrapins. Yeah, so we do have some terrapins here. Interesting to just to see them as well, because we don't normally see them. They're right here. So assuming the croc is somewhere on this side of the bank. He has been quite elusive of late. Otherwise, we're going to go and join our Ellies and their little pool party. Just trying to see if we can get into this. There. But as we scan around, I think it's important just to touch base on something for all the followers of the Safari Live as well, because there are some new vehicles and vehicle name voting has started and has kick-started already. So it was finally time for our beloved Rusty and Wendy to go into retirement. It's been an amazing journey with both of them. But they've given up on their last legs. So luckily at Wild Earth we have 2 new Land Rovers to replace them, and we're super excited to introduce them to our Wild Earth family. And just like Rusty and Wendy, we need to name our new family members, and we'd love your help. So please do send us voice notes for your names that you'd like, or even any messages or comments that you'd like. If you've got any cool nice names to name the 2 new Land Rovers, we'd love to hear from you. And we'd love to know what you would like us to call them. Sadly, it looks like we're out of luck with the crocodile. It's time for us to do some more Ellie viewing. And the wildebeest still seem to be hanging around as well. So they're also not too worried about having the Ellies around. It'll be interesting to see how many more decide to come through, because today is going to be very hot. It's obviously boiling in Madikwe as well. But these Ellies will be coming in and out, I'm sure, for most of the afternoon from here. And we might also get to see our banded mongoose again, and possibly even those hyena. So we will just keep our eyes peeled and just listen to hear if anything does come through, but just watch these Ellies and see how they congregate around the water source right now. It does look like 1 or 2 of them are sleeping though. Specifically this one here on the left hand side of us, you can just see just because of that dormant trunk. So she's most likely sleeping or taking the opportunity to have a quick sleep. Not that they need hours and hours like us or adolescent humans. Hi, Martin. That's quite an interesting question because to some degree, yes, they will. However, when they do clash, it is a clash of the titans. You will see them also using their tusks as well as those trunks too. So obviously those trunks having around 10,000 muscles in there, they're obviously very strong. And we did notice the other day that they are around, I suppose it's 110 to about 140 kgs of muscle that is just there. So depending on how big the ellies are, that's how much those trunks could weigh. And with that amount of muscles in it, it's obviously very powerful. So when they do clash, it is a clash of just about everything. Their weight, their feet obviously coming in momentum as they clash, but then also the tusks and those trunks will definitely be used in a clash between bulls. Actually sounds quite incredible and obviously very intimidating when that does happen, if you consider it's two 8-ton animals fighting and hitting each other. So it really is something to behold and something that is quite awe-inspiring really when you consider how powerful they actually are. But no clashing going on right now. These ellies are pretty relaxed. I'm pretty sure this cow over here on the left is having a sleep. And the others might be taking that opportunity as well, but they are just drinking too. So interesting to note that they haven't gone into the water. And they don't actually get in as deep as what I thought, because I think there is an issue with the crocodile around there. Not that it would cause them any havoc or any harm, but might be something that does contribute to that, or the fact that the water is just not deep enough for them, maybe a bit warm. It'll be interesting to see if they do start to move off just to the top there to that wallow, because that's obviously when we will start to get some really cool interaction and watch how they frolic and play. They do love frolicking and playing. And obviously it's a great thing for their social makeup as well, so it's great to be sociable, good to be friends, strengthen bonds, play. It's all part and parcel of the same thing. So you can slowly make them out drinking over there. It's not as loud, or the audio isn't as good as what I was hoping, but we'll just wait and see if we can actually get that. Just want to see if these eddies do it all get into the mud, because it's always fun watching them do that. And hoping that that will give us a little bit of action. Otherwise, we will go and look at another area. But let us see, because if we're patient, we might just get that. So it does sound like they have come exactly to where I thought. So I'm going to pan across here now quick. Let's see if we can get them. Also, they'll be nice and close for us to watch as well. So, yes, here we go. So come a little bit down. Looks like here is the wallow for today. So we'll just watch this guy just doing exactly that. So he seems to be the bull that was with these guys, and it looks like he might just walk off. It's not ideal, but we might get the Egyptian goose family for a minute. But we will try and stick with him for a bit because it's nice and close to us. It's always just fascinating. Ellies spray paint themselves, basically. Geese aren't too happy with him around there. And I'll just try and follow him because I did notice the other day that there's quite a big congregation sometimes behind us, and he might actually just bath himself now. So it'll be good just to track out where he goes. Otherwise, we will come back to the other Ellie that was there. Yeah, and you can see just through the thicket over here, there are quite a few Ellies just there as well. So I'm sure there's some that are probably seeing each other after a few days of not seeing them. Some leaving the water and some coming in as well. So we might have quite a few more Ellies around just now. I do just want to make sure that I don't miss anything that could be on the back here. Otherwise, what we will do is come and look at this little Egyptian goose gosling chick. So we can right and close as well. So it's always cool just to see babies, and it is obviously coming the time of the year for that. And sad to say, I think they might have lost one or at least three of the other chicks as well. So I'm just going to try and keep on this, and we can try and see. It does look like only one chick has made it, but that might be something that could change just now. We might notice one or two of the others maybe still hiding in this little thicket or overhang, and maybe that is what's happened. Is that they're just hiding in the thicker stuff. But currently it does look like at least 3 chicks have been taken by something. I don't know what. But always fun to spend time with little ones. And you can notice how different the colorization is on them. So their coloring here obviously hasn't fledged. This is obviously how they're born, and that will allow them to camouflage themselves a bit better. And what's quite interesting is a lot of different goslings and geese and ducks even around the world actually quite similarly camouflaged like that with their initial plumage. And that obviously leads to exactly that, to help with camouflage and hiding away. Obviously not identical, but quite similar. So as our Ellies decide to leave us here, Lauren apparently has some Ellies of her own in Madikwe.
sadly, we're a little bit too late to catch them at the waterhole. So we have found Ellies. They're nice and damp. You can see how dark their skin is. That's because it's wet. They're damp. So as soon as we saw them, we knew we'd missed them. They're not quite at the waterhole anymore. And at least we've managed to catch them. Full stop. They'll be feeling great. They'll have cooled down. Even though the temperatures are very extreme, the water will really help to cool them down. I actually got gifted a facial mist by a lovely viewer that I had dinner with the other night called Sheila, and it was so kind of her. And it is basically just thermal spring water, but when you spray it on your face and the sort of wind comes, naturally I start to go through that process of evaporative cooling. So all you do is shh, looks ridiculous, but immediately you feel that and it cools you down straight away. It's very effective. And essentially, these guys are not using a facial mist, not by a long shot, but it's the same principle. Get that little bit of air passing over wet skin and it automatically cools it, no matter how hot the day is. Yes, you'll heat back up pretty quickly, but that's exactly why elephants are wrinkly.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. Find our website.
Look at the butterflies. Spring is here, I think, just not the rainfall. Butterflies always signify happiness to me. It was a very happy time in Djuma when I really got into butterflies, and Davi and I would spend an entire drive, 3 or 4 hours, looking just for butterflies. It was a really, really happy time. I'm trying to keep my eye also behind us, just to make sure the dam is behind us. I don't want to miss anything that may have come down to the dam, but I don't think so. These elephants may even come back. They may just sort of roam around the area, eat, and then come back to cool down. The elephant sighting that we had yesterday, that was just phenomenal. They stayed around the waterhole for about 4 or 5 hours. The same herds. So maybe they do the bulk of their travelling at night time when it's a lot cooler, and during the daytime they make their way to a water body, have a pool party, have fun, then eat, then come back, have more fun and drink, and sort of just do it like that until nighttime falls. Kellyanne, I think I just explained this, but they're wet. That's why they're dark. They have literally just been at the dam. They're not any different from the Djuma ones. They are just wet. Oh, that's quite a strong breeze. Yeah, I'm not complaining about that breeze, that's for sure. It's quite striking when they've got the red sand on them. Almost looks like henna. That dark grey wet body and bright red sand. It's quite striking. You can see patches of them are drying already. See on her back at the very top, it looks lighter. That's where she's drying, because the sun's hitting that part first. But what I was saying earlier is the wrinkles hold in all that water, and that's why there are wrinkles. So by holding in the water, it just means that you can prolong that sort of period of evaporative cooling. So it essentially means you can just stay cooler for longer. Those wrinkles soak up the water, soak up mud. Where are you lot going? Whew, that's a big bull at the back, my goodness. I'm not sure where they're all off to, but they look like they're on a bit of a mission. Apart from this one's not on a mission. Little Mr. Chilled over there. Wasn't that really lovely? Thank you for coming closer and giving us a bit of view. I don't know why they did that. And talking of why, please do send in your questions. I'm sure you have many. I would love to try and answer them. You can also send in your comments, your stories, your thoughts, your feelings, anything. We'd love to hear from you. It's an interactive safari, and that's why we do it, so we can talk to you through the wonderful means of technology. I wonder if they were just racing to join the rest of the herd to stay together. And it seems like there is particularly delicious vegetation there. I'm not quite sure what they're feeding on. I can't see from here. But it's exactly what they're after. Let's just sit for a moment and enjoy this lovely sight. This is just so lovely. We're getting nice views of these elephants now. I have a funny feeling they're going to go back to the water, actually. I don't think they're done with this waterhole, but I could be wrong. The wind has really picked up. I feel fantastic. But they are sort of saying here, if the rain doesn't arrive, temperatures are going to climax at about 45 degrees Celsius, which is very extreme. So hopefully the rains do arrive. I'd like to see that transformation. I leave on the 31st, and I'd really like to see the landscape transform a bit. It's always an experience to take that in visually. See that tiny little one? Is that the one you're trying to get, Davi? Always protected under mom. It's hard to get views of very young, sort of newish born calves, because mom will always block your view. These ones are a little bit younger, but they're older, sorry, but they're still young. I didn't catch that question, AMC, one more time. I'm not getting it, Darby. Sorry, my headphones are seriously broken. What is the question?
Would the elephants move to cooler areas in summer?
From
Bradley.
Bradley. Yes, of course. It depends what you mean by areas. Sorry, they can't leave the reserve. So Madikwe is a huge reserve, and it is fenced. So they are thinking about creating a sort of migration corridor, conservation corridor to the Pilanesberg, but that has not happened yet. So by area, is that what you meant? Or in summer, they'll definitely spend a lot of time around water. And naturally, the vegetation will be a lot thicker then. Although the trees are not very high here, sort of very low shrubbery, there will obviously be areas of shade, a lot more so in summer than in winter. In winter, it's very barren. So they will move to areas where they can cool down in summer, but will they leave the reserve? No. The reserve is fenced. But remember, they are African savanna elephants. They are adapted to this landscape. So although it's very hot, I'm very uncomfortable right now, everyone, I'm not going to lie. But they will feel uncomfortable in the extreme heat, but they are also adapted and specialized to this heat. Every individual organism has different sensory Okay, what happened there? Was it a tantrum? It was a youngster. It was very high pitched. Not getting enough milk. My goodness. So yes, they do have unique specializations to this environment. That's like if you're from a very, very cold country like Scotland and you go and live somewhere hot, it takes you a long time to acclimatize, and maybe over time you will adapt. But that's because you're originally from a very cold country, whereas these elephants, this is the land that they thrive in. This is their environment. So although they may feel the heat, their sort of temperature sensory system, the little proteins, are going to have a different heat tolerance than ours. And of course, they have got wrinkly skin, they have got long wiry hairs, and they have got huge big ears. All of these things help them keep cool, help them thermoregulate. Look at all the butterflies. Isn't it wonderful? Powered by the sun, solar powered. Making the most of the day because I'll have to go and hide at night. Nikki, it's for protection. I mean, you can't have elephants and lions and leopards and cheetah and hyena running amok. There are lots of communities living on the edges of reserve, maybe more so in the Sabi Sands than here. So you're just going to fence a reserve. It's a very complicated question. It's all to do with land ownership and how big the reserve is, what neighbours the reserve. But when you do have wild animals, especially the big five, you do need to contain them into an area, I'm afraid. You can't have them running amok into the villages. It's for safety. Some reserves get smaller, some expand. Some are privately owned, like Djuma. But Madikwe is really interesting because it was actually developed originally as a unique partnership. It's got a really interesting history between the local communities, private sort of safari owners. Hello. Hi. Oh, okay, I don't smell very good today. And the government. So it's actually sort of operated under the Northwest Parks Board. It's managed by them. It's a very interesting mesh of stakeholders. So there will be many, many factors to take into consideration, Nikki. But the fence is there for protection.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So awesome to see banded mongoose. Obviously they do occur in rather large little family groups, up to about 42. So good to see how many of them actually might be around. We did note that they also hang just a little bit to the left of the waterhole as well. And what they'll do is actually just sit in the shade, take on that sand and actually cool down there. So obviously it's going to be very, very warm at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if they do come in. So I'm going to pan out a little bit and just watch to see where I know that they do come and sit. And if they do come, we'll also spend some time just focusing on them. So it's always something interesting going on with mongoose as well. That's 40 little miles, and those miles can inflict quite a bit of damage. So they aren't exactly the funnest animals to irritate. If you were to irritate an animal, you'll definitely know all about it. They can actually get through a welding glove with those teeth and jaws. Quite a bit of pressure, but they do sometimes sit right here on the left. So I'm going to just wait to see and keep these warthog in frame. See if they do come and play with us. So we've got 2 animals left to hit the same as we did, or the high of last week, which was 13, at least when I've been on. Otherwise we were generally hitting around 12, so we'd be 1 off that anyway. So we're doing very well today. It was so great to see those black-backed jackals, and here we go. And I do think we're going to get a few of these mongoose coming to drink. So just making sure that I am quick on the draw, because sometimes this control does take a little bit of time to get across. So I'm hoping to get to show you guys them drinking. Looks like they are just behind. Fallen over debris over there. I'm going to try and find them. There's 1 or 2 under there, so they might just hang out underneath the shade there and come through. So it's interesting just to see how it works out with them and what they actually decide to do, because they are quite busy all the time. Yes, Vinak, it is so great to see both of them. It's not every day we get to see the mongoose either. They're also cute as well. But naughty as well. And of course the warthogs wallowing, that's always fun to see too. I'm going to just go back here because they're very hard to keep track of at the best of times. So there we go. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get too much closer without the quality of the feed going down, so we do at least have the option to... There we go, and that seems to be like most of the family. And they are coming to the area where I thought they might. And they might actually rest up here for a minute, so it'll be good to just chill with them and just see what they get up to. I'm sure we might see the odd one burrow and dig as well. We will keep a little bit of the water in frame too, because they might drink there as well. You can see them all kind of plopping out straight in the shade in that cool sand. And that sand definitely will help them cool down as well. It looks like it could be a midday siesta for these guys. I'm trying to see if I can count how many of them there are, but I would assume at the moment between 25 and 30. There will be the odd one or two that hangs back, and maybe even just on the other side of that undergrowth too. So it's probably quite tough to get a full gauge on them, but they will just rest up here for quite some time. And if I can get closer, I will, just so you guys can actually see the bands on them. Obviously that's what gives them their name, the banded mongoose. And we will obviously get one or two other types of mongoose here as well. So we would also get the dwarf, slender, and possibly Selous, as well as white-tailed. Yeah, so definitely because they are banded on their body. So we'll have a look here. I'm going to try get in. Forgive me if the quality does drop a bit. I will come back out if it does. Let's just see if we can get a better view, because they're all kind of coming in, and they form very close bonds. That's obviously why we see them in this higher number as well. So it keeps on increasing. I'm going to try get in better. Hopefully we will see exactly why they are called banded mongoose. It is a bit unstable, so I'll come back out a bit. And possibly because of the shade, but you might be able to make the bands on them there. Let's just come out a bit. Pretty formidable if you consider 40 little mouths like that. They can each bite through a welding glove. Not something you want to play with. There we go. Can't see some of the bands on them on the back, but I will come out again. I think the contrast between the shade and the light is what's playing up here. Got lots and lots of mongoose. Mongai actually is the plural. But you can't quite clearly make out the little bands on their backs. And let's just make sure that we don't lose them. Do want to keep track of where the other went now. Seems to be two areas where they kind of are resting up, and they're taking advantage of all the shade that they can. You would be too if you were in Mashatu right now. It is very hot. You can see them digging there as well, little puffs of sand coming up, and that'll also just be to get to a cooler layer of sand too, and then just rest themselves in that as well. It's quite fun watching them move around, because they almost have like a little trot. It seems to be quite energetic. There will definitely be one or two sentries, and those sentries will be keeping a lookout for birds of prey mostly, possibly the odd snake, but definitely birds of prey or anything else that might be bigger than them. So maybe elephants as well, just because they'll try and stay away from that kind of thing as well. But they mostly are pretty unfazed by what else is going on, but definitely keeping a lookout for birds of prey, martial eagles more than likely, even tawnies, because these will definitely fall part of the prey items of those birds of prey. They've spread out quite a decent distance at the moment. I'm going to try and just come out a little bit further just so I don't want to miss anything else that might come down. As long as we can see them scuttling around in the background, but they have moved quite, well, they've separated out quite some distance. Obviously where there's better shade they are underneath that. And sadly for them there aren't any shepherd trees around there, because the shepherd trees, actually it's noted that they drop quite considerably underneath in the shade there, and it can actually be about 10 degrees cooler underneath a shepherd's tree and underneath most other canopies. So they are very much trees you want to find when it is hot in areas such as here or in Madikwe. So a very hot day, and unfortunately for these guys there aren't any shepherd's trees around here. They definitely will be quite close to the waterhole at least, but there aren't any very close to the waterhole at least. I haven't seen one yet or been able to make out the canopy just yet. Or the crown. There's still lots of mongoose here, but I do just want to, while they are kind of resting up a little bit, just make sure we haven't missed or left out anything that might have come down while we've been panning and following them. So we'll just go back across and just check. Because we did have a procession of ellies at some point, but there we go, and we do have again lots more. And this is what always happens when we focus on one species or one animal, something else decides to come in it. And these ellies were rather silent in the way that they went about doing that. So we see if we can't actually get 3 in one line almost, because those banded mongoose are still underneath the other tree as well. Lots of little family groups that come through in Mashatu. I don't want to lie, I'm quite happy that the mongoose are around, and I do want to stick with them because they don't hang around for the longest amounts of time. And the ellies have been in and out, so I assume they will be around here for a bit longer. And we'll just see if we can watch the mongoose for a little bit longer. And catch up with the ellies again just now. Quite clearly see them digging and foraging, probably going to find any little grubs, maybe a little tuber, even the odd scorpion that's down there, possibly even a snake. great to watch busy little animals go around foraging and their daily life. These guys are obviously diurnal, so this is when they'll be doing most of their hunting, would be from early morning throughout. Being opportunistic as well, they wouldn't necessarily stop hunting throughout the day, so it might be time for a rest, as we've seen some of them sleeping, but if there is an opportunity to feed, they definitely will take that as well. And that is probably why they are digging so much. It's probably just foraging for little grubs and the rest. Seems like this one has found something to eat, although we can't make out exactly what it is, but we can assume. It seems to be very, very busy there. So it's interesting that we've had quite a lot of mongoose activity over the last week, but that is probably also because of the water source that is here. So it is noted that these mongoose at least generally spend around 3 to 4 days in the area and then move to the next space. So it's interesting that these guys have been around here, but I do think that this forms part of their home range at least. So they'll probably move quite far within that home range and then back here every couple of days or so. But as these mongoose forage along, it's time for us to go and see what Rolf has in Kariega.
Well, the wind has been howling here at Kariega Game Reserve. Shame I mustn't speak too loudly. Thandi is looking at me now. I don't want to surprise her with too much of a loud voice, but that is making for a beautiful photo. So let's get a couple there. See how she's got mud caked all over where her horn used to be? That's little Sia behind her. Very special, that. Wow. They have been wallowing. It's very hot here today. Lucky for the wind, because it's actually keeping it quite cool because of that. But as soon as it stops, because it's very gusty, it's very hot. It's mid-30s. So they've been cooling off in the mud. See every now and then the dust blowing through. The gusts are saying upwards of 60 kilometers an hour. I'll be posting these photos for sure a little bit later. I'm sure one of these will be the pick of the day. I can see Thandi's half asleep. She should just lie down, but ever the cautious mother. So don't forget, this is an interactive experience and we are absolutely live. So please send through your questions and your comments. Let us know what you'd like to know or what you'd like us to talk about. Right now, obviously, center of attention being Rhino, and specifically Thandi and her latest calf, Sia, named after Sia Kolisi, our Captain Courageous of the Springbok rugby team. Him and a few other players. I know that Cheslin Colby came with him to meet his namesake. He's another famous rugby player. The Jet Shoes of Cheslin Colby. Brenda, thanks for your comment and thanks for jumping on board. She is posing nicely, but whenever I speak, especially a little bit loud, and I am known to speak pretty loud, she concentrates on me and lifts her head. I think she wants to go to sleep, but it's because of me talking that she's not. So I need to try and be a bit softer.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
So that's Thandi and Sia. Just over here. Tetu. Who's had his snooze and now he's having a graze. All that mud caked on him now. Like a proper lawnmower. Much like hippos as well, they can also graze like this. Oops. So Arctic Circle, yeah, it sure is a privilege, isn't it? It really is. You are absolutely right. And like I've said, they're actually getting quite used to me now, seeing me here every day. I think my voice and my smell, of which is their two best senses, their smell and their hearing, I think they're getting used to me. Job on my hands trying to choose which one is the best photo. Some really good ones today. grazing now slowly towards where Thandi and Sia are. Still young enough to be a little bit scared to be on his own, is Mtetu. So, Juliet, that's a very good question you've asked. They are slightly different. Black rhino, especially these ones that we get here, the Diceros buckhornus minor, their tracks are smaller than the white rhino, but obviously it's difficult to tell when you've got youngsters. So they're pretty much the same. There's little subtle differences between them, but it's generally also that size of them and then where you find them. But you'll find the white rhino going through the thicket sometimes, and black rhino walking through the plains sometimes. So it can be tricky. It can definitely be tricky, but the way that you also want to look at is some of the other signs as well. So you can check and trail the tracks, and then obviously if you start to see any branches that have been cut off at 45 degrees, or you find any dung, then it's very easy to distinguish between them. With white rhino, even from a distance, you can see that white rhino dung has got a very black look to it. And that's as a result of, like with a lot of the other grazers, whether it's zebra or warthogs, even when you look at it from a distance, it's got a black sort of coating on it. And they say that that's from the lignin in the grass, and it immediately gives it that black shine. Whereas the browsers and animals that eat more onto bark or twigs or anything that has got bark from trees in it, like elephants and black rhino, you see that reddish color to it, which is that inner cambium of the bark on branches and on trees. So immediately then those signs start telling you which one exactly it is. So very, very difficult just from the track to say whether it's black or white rhino. but looking more at the rest of the signs leads you towards your answer. So black rhinos are more vigorous in their territorial markings. So you'll see a lot more of their scrape marks. White rhino a lot more placid than a black rhino, but white rhino can be aggressive. They can be, and they're quite dangerous because obviously you know, a lot of people think they're very placid, they're almost like cows, and then they approach them obviously very close, but they can have their moments, especially mothers with calves as well as bulls. And we've seen quite a few videos on social media where white rhino are actually chasing vehicles. It's normally bulls that I've seen doing that. I've been on a few walks as well where all of a sudden a little baby white rhino appears from nowhere and starts running around us and playing, and we know that mommy's coming, and we've almost tried to shoo the little baby away, because we know that when mommy sees us near to baby, we're in big trouble. So frantically trying to get rid of baby. Sorry for the wobbles, folks. It is extremely windy. I'm struggling to hold it together here, but let's just zoom back out. That'll make for better viewing. So, and as we say, they can feed up to about 50 kilos of grass every day, which is a lot of grazing. Now, how much they get in each bite, but they do spend many hours a day doing exactly this. You can hardly hear a bird because of the wind. There's one or two calling, but difficult to hear them. And that's a southern boo-boo calling now. Sia, chilling hard. But the ears never stop. Same with Sia in the background, you can just see his ears every now and then. So just going back to those tracks as well, when you look at the back of, so if you look at the imprint of a track, I wish I had a camera operator with me so that I could jump around the other side of the camera and actually show you, because with a white rhino track, at the back of it, we always used to show the students how it makes a very, so when I say the back of it, at the heel, it's not really the heel because the heel is raised, but at the sort of, yeah, the heel part, if you would say that, forms a W, a nice W for white rhino, whereas with the black rhino, it's a lot more sort of square. It's not nice and rounded as so much with the white rhino, if that makes sense. I would have to show you, but it's to do with the back of the footprint itself, and that's where you can distinguish between the two, of white and black rhino. And white rhino also, obviously, with it being a you sort of have more of a robust or round track itself, whereas the black rhino not quite as heavy. Although in Namibia, where we've got the Diceros bicornis, they're almost as big as white rhino, as you would see at Okukuyu waterhole. Their tracks are also quite, sort of enlarged or expanded because they've got to be able to carry that extra weight. But here we would be able to tell between the Diceros bicornis minor and the white rhino, with that real difference in size, and you can see how they're carrying that extra weight. Blown off the back of the vehicle. It's really strong gusts. I feel like I'm skydiving at some stages. In France they talk about le Mistral, the very strong wind that comes through there at a certain part of the time of the year. We have here the Cape Doctor. And speaking of le Mistral, there, when the wind blows hectically like that, there's actually a time of the year when a lot of the birds of prey, they aren't able to fly through some of the mountain passes, and so what they do is they land on the road and they walk over the mountain passes, and so yeah, it's very interesting. Sorry, I've just nearly got all my things blown away from me here. So yeah, I was actually in the south of France, and there's a point where you actually go to go and watch the birds of prey walking up the road in a line going over the mountain pass, and that's in the south of France in Ardèche, and it was very interesting, and I took some lovely photos of that with all the eagles and buzzards, etc., all in a line walking up the road over the mountain passes. Now I think I need to let these rhinos continue with their snooze, and I'm going to try and hold myself down in the wind, and while I do that I'm going to head you on over to Djuma.
Many thanks, Ralph, and hopefully you have a seatbelt there so you don't get blown away. But we are back here in very warm and not as windy Djuma, and we're just here with our pregnant girls and the Impala females. It's great to just to see them as well. But there were some in Yala, and I really was hoping we'd be able to get to see them. Obviously, it's far nicer to watch Thandi at times. And unfortunately the weather isn't allowing us to stay there at the moment, but we are going to keep an eye peeled for the Inyala, because then we will actually hit our mammals list for the day too. So we'll then be on 12. So I'm just going to keep an eye out, because I did see them up here, and I do just want to have a look and see if we can't get perhaps a brief glimpse just through the brush, but that actually might be one right there. No, that is an anthill. There's a black-headed oriole in the background, and they're always cool to listen to as well. But we will just scan around. Quite a few more down here, so they do mix feed and browse together, so it's always good to keep a track on the impala as well, just because in and amongst and hidden with them sometimes there is the odd Inyala ewe, and it's always good to just make sure we are cognizant of who is where and how everyone is going about their day. Do have some hornbills calling there as well, so it's very busy. Probably not with some of the bigger grayer things, but we do at least have impala here. We pan around. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Dewey the hippo yet today, nor his girlfriend or his calf. Oop. So there is some chatter amongst us that maybe there is an imaginary calf, so someone hopefully can please excuse me here, someone can hopefully verify that that is the case and that the calf is alive and well, or even alive in general. But I think for now it's probably best just to hang here with a nice big waterback and impala. You can definitely hear the impala communicating amongst themselves. If we're lucky, we might get one or two of them actually just play fighting, though the girls do seem to be quite active at the moment as well. And we have the Natal spur fowl there in the background. Lots of little girls around. Our waterbuck seems to be coming this way, and all the impalas seem to be coming back this way too. So I'm going to just keep here, just follow and track where they are going. So I'm interested to see if they're actually drinking from just down in front of us. It's interesting also not that there aren't any oxpeckers around on these impala, at least today. There were quite a number of oxpecker calling earlier. It's quite clear that nothing really at the moment. Very regal though when they move off like that in the bush. Kind of just doing a U-turn, it seems. Pushing on down and then coming right back up the bank there. So magpie sharks calling, I think. Please do remember, as we sit here and immerse ourselves with these impala, that this is a live experience and it's also your safari. So please do send through any questions, comments, or conversations, chats you'd like to have with us. We love to answer, give you back any feedback or insight that you may wish to know about. As I said, it is your safari and your immersion. So if we can help explain, give any insight to anything, we love to do that and we love to help you out. It's quite cool watching these pregnant impala ladies coming towards us, because you can actually note the difference. And you can actually see what good quality their coats are in right now, just with the sun on them. Very, very, very good nick. I'll assume that these little youngsters here, budding horns, there we go. This male seems like he's going to follow. Shows displeasure as well. Hi Betty. Animals that do ruminate will ruminate at all times of the year, not just when food is less plentiful or most plentiful. So it's a function of theirs that happens on a day-to-day basis as well. So it is something that they then do. So those that have the capacity to ruminate amongst the antelope, they will do exactly that, and they'll do it every day, as and when and how they please. So it's not just a case of them bringing up to ruminate just because it is maybe dry or there's a lack of vegetation in the area. It's to help them further digest that food, and that happens throughout the course of their lives. So whether it's dry season or drought affected or rainy, and lots of vegetation around for them as well. But I could also hear a Birchall's cuckoo in the background, so that's always cool. The rainbird, as they call it, although I don't think today there's going to be any rain. I haven't seen any big clouds start to build up in the distance yet either. It looks like most of the cloud cover that was here this morning at least has burnt off. So we will just sit here again and we'll just watch that. But I hope that did answer your question, Betty. That animals, here's our kukul again, that animals that ruminate, or antelope that ruminate, will ruminate at all times of the year. But yeah, we can quite clearly see that these girls are coming towards the end of their pregnancies, and that the lambs should be dropping quite soon. You can just see here on these two ewes that they are definitely carrying lambs. We can assume that this little boy here in front of us is probably last season's lamb as well, just because of the body size as well as the length of his horns currently. I suppose not enough people do spend time with impala, and they are beautiful, so it's always cool just to actually acknowledge beauty and make sure that we do give them adequate time as well. They truly are really, really pretty. And let's just zoom in here. Very, very regal. And they do kind of almost comb themselves, and she's doing that right there. She's using her teeth to kind of comb through her fur, taking off any parasites or ticks as well in that process. So it's almost like a little combing that is going on right there. And that's always why they look so well groomed, at least. There obviously are times when they might look like there is a bit of mange maybe around in that. She does look like she's in very good nick currently. So we are just here just appreciating the beauty of this impala ewe. And just noting how she's grooming herself with her teeth, and using her teeth to groom her fur. Make sure everything is clean and that she looks good. But you can quite clearly see the metatarsal glands on the back of her as well, and that is what separates impala from true antelope. Those little metatarsal glands that are there. Those little black things right there. And as I was saying earlier on today, their closest relatives are actually wildebeest and not the other antelope. The closest relatives are the wildebeest, and they're actually a very old mammal species. It's about, I think it's 9.5 odd million years of age from evolution. So when they decided to split off, the next ones then being the Inyala and Kudu odd families, which is about 7.5 million billion. I must just check the figures, but it's 7.5 million odd years that they also separated. Fascinating to know that how evolution has worked and how it has come about. But that metatarsal gland is what differentiates these impala. So I do want to see where those little rams got to. Oh, there's one actually just taking it easy. They look like they were going to be playing around, and it's always fun to watch animals when they're active. actually maybe possibly see one just ruminating here, considering we were just talking about rumination, but it doesn't look like it. I think this guy is taking it very easy at the moment. So I am just doing a last little pan and scan around here to see where that other water buck got up to or off to, as well as also trying to keep our eyes peeled for the Inyala, who have at least evaded us whenever we've been on, because I do want to try and hit 12 species, or at least try and see if we can get a little tree squirrel around here. I have seen them around, they do, and as well as heard them. They do like to sit where we are right now and best, so let's just have a look and see. It seems to be that time in the day where it's got too hot for everything else to be around. Everything else is kind of just in the shade, in the thickets. Even bird life has also kind of dropped a little bit, so clearly very hot. And the cicadas are taking over now. Maybe we can get some jacana action. Not much today. Here's our lapwing. It's funny, that's just how it goes. Sometimes we get everything, and other times you just have to wait and watch. Within half an hour it'll probably be busy, and there might even be ellies or something else around. But that is the luck of the draw, and that is just how the bush works, so can't be sad about it. You just have to appreciate what is around. But we'll just sit here with the impala for now, see if they get up to anything. There they go. Yep, clearly it is time for siesta. You can see how they've also gravitated towards the shade as well. So just about everything kind of right now on a hot day like this is going to be doing exactly this. Going to be trying to conserve energy, not get too hot, find the shade, otherwise wallow if they can. Hi Greta, yes they can. There are recessive genes of impala. We do get a number of them, but they don't really occur in the game reserves as such, so you wouldn't see them here, but they are bred as well on different game farms. And those recessive genes go from anywhere from pitch black through to white, and then they also have splits and saddlebacks and the rest. But those are recessive genes, and they are specifically bred for that purpose. But impala do breed pretty rapidly, and on those farms they can sometimes calve more than once a year, so that, or generally more than once a year, just because their food and their calorific intake is far higher. And they are obviously also fed and supplemented with feed as well throughout the year. So they generally calve more than once a year on a farm such as that, on a recessive breeding farm. So sometimes twice a year. And it is noted that they can do that as well in the bush, although that might have been that there might have been a miscarriage and there's a lot of food, and then they might rut again towards the end or towards April or so as well. So they then drop their lambs or they drop their lambs in around April or so. So they might have a second late rut if there's been a lot of water and a lot of food is still around, and maybe 1 or 2 miscarriages, or maybe there's a ewe or 2 that have matured and come into estrus as well. They might breed then, but it is documented that they might do that too. But very much you do get different colorations, and as we've noted as well, we also get to see the 2 different subspecies of impala. Here we have the common impala, and then up in Okaukuejo, where we are based there, we get the black-faced impala, and that is far more arid adapted. Darian, thanks, and keep tuned and always send through your comments or anything else you'd like to know. We love that you are enjoying being immersed with us. And I'm sure if there's anything we can answer, we will definitely get to you and make sure that you are aware of that as well. But it is always fun, and it's quite cool to just spend some time with impala. We don't normally do it all the time. It's quite busy generally. So it's good that we've just got these, and it's quite cool to actually see them sleep, because they're generally pretty active and pretty alert to everything else. So it does look like 3 of them here are taking the opportunity to relax and just do exactly that, sleep, and there's one that is way more alert than the others. Sounds like our geese are coming out again. But they generally will share the burden, and at night you'll notice that the impala will actually be in more of the clearer areas, just because it gives them the opportunity to notice anything that might be coming from those thickets. So in the day, they generally flock underneath the thickets. So what they're kind of doing right now, it's shady there, they can browse, as our mixed browsers and mixed feeders. And they'll sit under those thicker areas now during the day, and then at night, they will go to the more clearer areas. So it's almost a tactic that they will use throughout. But with it having been full moon over the last few days, it would have been a lot easier for other predators and the rest as well to move around, and if it had been overcast, probably more suited for them in terms of being able to catch prey. Thanks, Livia. Thank you very much for that. I wish we got to show you the Inyala. Unfortunately, we didn't today. But it's fun just to sit here and watch resting impala, because it's not always you get to see something like this too. And we do also have a grey-headed bushshrike calling in the background. It's quite a common sound this side of the world at least, but they are always cool. One of my favorite birds. But just fascinating just to watch them take a minute just to sleep over here. I'm just going to leave us on this little ram for now, just because he is KO, and I'm sure that's got quite a bit to do with the heat as well. So shame. This guy really is fast asleep, it seems. So very cool, but he does look like he's stirring awake. Clearly there's not much around. It looks like someone else has decided to shut up shop and also chill. I'm trying to find where the other rams went, because there were a couple more. But sadly, we are coming towards the end of another amazing escape to nature, and I hope that every one of you has enjoyed it as much as I have. Please don't forget to join us again tomorrow morning at 8:30 CAT, where we will again immerse ourselves into nature and do it all over again. But straight after this, please do remember it is also Penguin Beach, and it'll start just as I finish up here. I hope everyone else has a lovely day after this. But as I said, we're just going to leave you guys with this. It's been fantastic immersing and escaping to nature.